Mic check. I can play Seraphine. They're new, not that one. Blitz is always like the pick here. It seems like. Isa.
You wouldn't last a day in the void.
Fired up and ready to serve.
We need a Hex Tech Blitzcrank skin.
Get ready for Nexus Blitz.
A rolling golem gathers no rust.
Minions have spawned.
No, I'm gonna do that, right?
Bone is a poor alternative. Exterminate. Exterminate.
Blood.
So easy.
Enemy slain.
As long as it takes.
Ally slain.
King of Finesse. Yeah? Finessia. Thank you so much for that follow, brother.
Quick ink here. Blessing.
Enemy slain. You have been slain.
Okay.
A rolling golem.
Killing spree.
No rust.
You have been slain.
Precisely.
An event will start in 30 seconds. You have been slain. Enemy slain. Ally slain. Ally slain.
The magic calls to me.
Jesus.
Earth deathmatch. Enemy slain. Shut down. Enemy slain. You have slain an enemy. Double kill. Ace. You have slain an enemy. Enemy slain. Killing spree. Double kill. Team
So
has won
easy,
the
bro.
event.
So easy.
Killing spree.
No rust.
Your team has received a buff. Enemy slain.
into artwork.
bottle. Reese.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Vroom, let's race some scuttles.
What the fuck is this?
You have been slain. Godlike. Ally slain. Shut down. An enemy is on fire. Hot, hot, hot. An enemy is unstoppable.
The magic calls to me.
The enemy team has won the event.
Bro.
The enemy team has summoned the battle sled. Shut down. Enemy killing spree. An enemy is on fire.
As it takes.
Ally slain. You have slain an enemy.
A rolling golem gathers no rust. Your Steve is escaping.
Ally slain. Rampage. Enemy slain. Ally slain.
Nice.
Shut down. Enemy killing spree. An enemy is on fire.
The magic calls to me. As long as it takes.
Ready for the next event? You've got 30 seconds. Enemy killing spree. Enemy slain. Enemy double kill. An enemy is on fire. Time to put them out. Ally slain. Ally slain. Enemy team takes this
Oh boy.
one. Enemy
Game is
double
really
kill.
garbage. Especially this Rengar.
Ally slain.
Oh, this Rengar, bro.
Ally slain.
Is what I want to see.
Enemy slain.
Atmosphere. Shall blossom.
Defeat.
Honor. Did more. I did more damage than Rengar. Bad. Hold on. Let me get some socks. Don't feel the heat at all. Course I'm gonna play Blitz, you silly duck. Course I gotta play Blitz. Come on, man. Come
You
on.
wouldn't last a day in the void.
Course I'm gonna be playing Blitz.
Fired up and ready to serve.
Oh, fuck me. I think they're duo. Oh no, they're not duo. Nada?
I remain focused.
Get ready for Nexus Blitz.
Precisely.
Ally slain. Minions have spawned. Enemy double kill. Enemy slain. Enemy slain. Double kill.
A rolling golem gathers no rust. The magic calls to me. I remain focused.
So?
Shut down. You have slain an enemy.
Easy.
Ready for the next event? You've got 30 seconds. You've slain an enemy. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. DPS check. Let's see those numbers. Enemy killing spree. Shut down. Enemy slain. Shut down. Killing spree. Won the event.
Easy.
As long as it takes.
Your team has summoned the Poro King. Ally slain.
A rolling golem gathers no rust. Bone is a poor alternative.
Rampage. An ally is on fire. They're a towering inferno. You've slain an enemy.
I remain focused.
You've slain an enemy. You have been slain.
They always do that, bro. They always do that.
As long as it takes. A rolling golem gathers no rust.
An event will start in 30 seconds. Unstoppable. Double kill. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I remain focused.
Scuttle race.
Can we fucking stop the scuttle?
Enemy killing spree. Triple kill. Enemy slain.
Oh my fucking god, man. Good.
Your team wins.
Fucking stupid, bro. If an event happens, like, you need to pay attention to it.
Slain.
That's how we win.
Your team's defenses can now rocket grab.
Your team is escaping.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Enemy killing spree.
As long as it takes.
Did you miss it?
The magic calls to me.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Ally slain.
Exterminate. Exterminate.
Shut down. An enemy is on fire.
Oh my god, man.
An event will start in 30 seconds.
Nope.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
To heal and protect.
my fucking god, this team sucks.
Enemy team takes this one. Enemy double kill.
This team sucks,
Triple
man.
kill.
I swear to fucking god,
Ace.
man. No one's paying attention to these events, bro. They just want to kill the teammate, the enemy.
As long as it takes.
Enemy double kill. Enemy triple kill. Defeat.
Hmm. No one targeted the Soraka, bro. The enemy team did, and that's how they got ahead. Oh man. These people, bro. Oh boy. No one targeted the Soraka. His priority overall. Teemo's priority here.
You would love the day in the void.
Fired up and ready to serve. Precisely.
Pull up a seat and dig in for a fight. It's time for Nexus Blitz.
As long as it takes.
First blood. Minions have spawned.
The magic calls to me. The rolling golem gathers no dust. Point in fear. You remain focused. Bone is a more altered.
Enemy slain. Enemy slain. Ally slain.
Precisely.
Dude, what's wrong with this man?
Ally slain. Enemy slain. An event will start in 30 seconds.
As long as it takes.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack the wandering enemy for gold.
Where's your shield, buddy?
Ally slain.
Can our spirits be friends?
Emergence victorious. Killing spree.
I'll wait for this item.
I remain focused.
Rampage. Double kill. An event will start in 30 seconds.
Die, darkness!
Ally slain. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Earth Deathmatch. Oh, the huge manatee. Enemy slain. Shut down. Shut down. Double kill. Enemy double kill. Enemy double kill. Ace. You have been slain. Ally slain. Enemy slain. Shut down. Shut down. Enemy slain. The
Team is
enemy
not
team
paying
has
attention. They're not warding.
The enemy team's defenses can now rocket grab.
That's not too bad.
Shut down. Ally slain.
As long as it takes.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Exterminate. Exterminate.
Enemy slain. Double kill. Triple kill. Ace.
Nice job.
Killing spree. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Rolling golem gathers no rust.
No one wants the blue buff? Alright, I'll take it.
I remain focused.
Enemy slain. Rampage. An ally is On fire. An event will start in 30 seconds. Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down. GPS check. Let's see those numbers. Enemy slain. You have slain an enemy. You have been slain. Enemy slain. Shut down. Enemy slain. Ally slain. Shut down. Ace.
Fighting! Hold it right there!
You have slain an enemy. Team has won the event. Enemy slain. Your team has received a buff.
Oh, nice, we got it.
Killing spree. Victory!
Ugh, so easy. Oh yeah, I have no rank. And my auto attack wasn't on the whole time. Rip. Hmm. Rabadon. Yes, cat. Hopefully we get to Emerald today, or no? We'll see.
Mod is a poor alternative.
Might go Senna.
No one fights alone in the mist.
Oh, he won loyal? No, I mean, Bran. Do I have Star Guardian? I don't think Senna has a Star Guardian skin. I guess this. Lunar Eclipse.
Where I'm going, you don't want to go. Seriously, you don't.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Light should teach us not to fear the dark.
30 seconds until minions spawn. First blood.
This guy trolling?
It's always dark on the horizon if you only look up during storms. The last blessings of the Isles.
Minions have spawned.
The past is a wave, keeps returning. That monster wants to hear me scream. He can keep waiting.
Maybe she won't expect this. Did he? I don't think he would expect it.
I don't carry this to compromise. I'll get us through this. If you've got a problem with me, make it two. One for each barrel.
An enemy has been slain.
All this pain, it's not mine.
Gawk at this!
Fear moves like a current. Fall behind? Follow the screams. If life is my curse, living is the cure.
You're looking a little green. Marvel at that!
It's harder to hold a hand than hold a gun.
An ally has been slain.
Boy.
Hunted by the forces of darkness? Okay, I can make this work. Lucian thought I was lost, but I was only changed.
Blast them, Gauntlet!
You are mourned. I'm here to save them all, living and dead. Wanna kill me? Get in line.
Gawk at this!
Keep it simple. The screams of the wraiths are so loud, you can't hear your own. Each stone, a symphony.
An enemy has been slain.
I used to tell myself I was fighting back, but I was only running with a gun in my hand. Let's establish some boundaries. It's just nice not to be in catacombs. Bound to the stones, bound to each other.
I don't know what this jungler is doing.
I'm a long way from the island, but I swear there's still salt in my hair. Might just be dirt from the grave.
An enemy has been slain.
That's enough.
Yeah! Gawk at this!
Those trapped in darkness need light the most. Small talk wasn't really part of my training.
Now, there's a smell you can feel.
An ally has been slain. You have been slain. An enemy
God.
has been
Oh,
slain.
nice. Got him.
An ally has been slain.
Am I still me? Sentinel, wife, a beacon under damned darkness. When can I just be a person? When can I be me?
Killing spree. Last breath.
Out of the lantern, hell came with me.
Marvel attack!
If something wasn't trying to kill me, it would have me worried.
Killing spree. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Death? Yeah, we're acquainted. By the time I'm done here, dying will be the easy part.
An ally has been slain.
Living my best life.
Shut down.
What a second life. Smaller than the diagram. I forgive. No one else has to.
Turret plating will soon fall. Your team has destroyed a turret.
The mist is not my enemy. My blood still flows, but I'll never be the same.
Got shot on his brand.
I remember my nightmares. Wish I could remember to dream.
Shut down.
You? Nice.
An enemy has been slain.
The gun's not heavy after all the fear I've been carrying.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I remember my lessons and the people who taught them.
Rampage.
Nice job.
The only way out of the mist is through it.
Fuck.
Shut down. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
It's always dark on the horizon if you only look up during storms. One last breath. It's smaller than the diagram. The past is a wave, keeps returning. That monster wants to hear me scream. He can keep waiting.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. An ally has been slain. Double kill. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Each stone, a sentinel.
An ally has been slain.
Now just push.
Love was left when everything else was torn away. Bound to the stones, bound to each other.
It's smaller than the diagram. Ah, the sweet smell of science.
Marvel at that!
Death doesn't leave scars. I remember my lessons and the people who taught them. I don't carry this to
Your turret
compromise.
has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
Fear moves like a current.
slain. Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Light becomes hope.
An enemy has been slain.
Rest now.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Nice.
If life is my curse, living is the cure. It's harder to hold a hand than hold a gun. Hunted by the forces of darkness? Okay, I can make this work.
You have slain an enemy.
Darkness to darkness, light to light. Lucian thought I was lost, but I was only changed.
Your turret has been destroyed. Killing spree.
The last blessings of the Isles.
An enemy has been slain.
Each stone, a sentinel. I'm here to save them all, living and dead. I've got your curse.
Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. You have slain an enemy.
Wow, I'm wrecking havoc.
It's just nice not to be in catacombs.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Shut down. Killing spree. Shut down. Shut down.
Got my Yumu.
Everything that's happened, I just want it to matter. I prefer people at gun's length. Darkness and light.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
It's not your fault.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Small talk wasn't really part of my training. Out of the lantern, hell came with me.
Enemy has been slain.
I can do the hard way.
An enemy has been slain.
If something wasn't trying to kill me, then that
Killing spree. Rampage.
by the time I'm done here, dying will be the easy.
Smaller than the diagram.
Unstoppable. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret. The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon. Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down. A summoner has disconnected. You have slain.
When I play Senna, it's easy. It's so much damage, man, and range. And CC, ridiculous. Me, damn, whole game I sucked. But I was MVP still. I was still MVP. Oh shit. Wait. Game is playing, I think. I think there's a world's quarterfinals, I think. Quarterfinals today, I think. I think it's quarterfinals. Yeah. Quarterfinals. 40 minutes.
Quit acting like you came up from the slums. 네가 작은 목걸이 looking at 이 새끼들 여기서 뛰놀다 매매 너가 백날쯤 튀기며 뱉어도 절대로 못 되니까 쌩쌩 어서 가 벤치나 대워 넌 우리랑 안 맞아 레벨이여 경험치 미달의 코디가 필요해 패션이
Ooh, baby.
이제는 이해가 돼 어쩌면 넌 얼른 불러야 돼 Ambulance 달려와 빠르게
Scan the code score of League of Legends I can play one then. I can play one. We just lower this. So it doesn't lag the stream. Play one more game and then we can watch Worlds. Ugh. Easy. It's over, I say. Nautilus.
No one fights alone in the mist.
Oh, Langsana again. boss. I'm gonna use this build. Boss. The fuck was that? Nope. Not the Nautilus, brother.
Fired up and ready to serve.
I am not the Nautilus today. I don't even play Nautilus, man. There's other good supports out there. Where the king of Hook is Blitzcrank, man. He's the king. You me. You me. You me. You me. Probably has the world's Renekton skin, I bet you. What is this dodging, man? Fuck. How many dodges? It's crank. Let's crank. Ben Thresh again.
No one fights alone in the mist.
Yumi fan.
Sentinel, wife, a beacon unto
Welcome
damned.
to Summoner's Rift.
When can I just be a person? When can I be me?
30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
If you've got a problem with me, make it two.
First love.
is a sacrifice.
It's not your fault.
Living my best life. My best second. The screams of the wraiths are so loud, you can't hear your own.
We're ahead.
Love was left when everything else was torn away.
I think he's... What? He'll be up soon. In a minute, maybe.
By the time I'm done here, dying will be the easy part.
Yeah.
Kill him twice, just to be sure. Let go.
An enemy has been slain.
The song between us.
Double kill.
Fear moves like a current.
You want some? Come on!
The mist is not my enemy. I can bear it. Next time I sign a contract, I'm checking it for chains.
So easy, man.
Hear the music.
I remember my nightmares. Wish I could remember to dream. Out of the lantern, hell came with me. Lucian thought I was lost, but I was only changed. It's just nice not to be in catacombs.
An enemy has been slain.
I'll get us through this.
Game in the spirit realm.
Death is drawn to life.
You have slain an enemy.
Fuck,
slain.
man.
Shut down.
Life won't let me go. Hearts beat together. Small talk wasn't really part of my training.
An ally has been slain. You have been slain. Double kill.
Every day I fought for my life.
Damn.
Why should today
Thought we could
be
kill
any
him.
different? Life is my curse. Living is the cure.
For the fucking god.
Stand where the gun's pointed. I'm here to save them all, living and dead.
An enemy has been slain. Double
Hear
kill.
the music. That's enough.
Don't let up.
If something wasn't trying to kill me, it would have me worried. Lost in the dance. I used to tell myself I was
Save me!
An enemy has been slain.
Fall behind? Follow the screams. It's always dark on the horizon. You can only look up during storms.
Totally doing this!
You have slain an enemy. Shut down.
Keep your light on.
Double kill.
Darkness to darkness, light to light. Not my funeral. Already happened.
been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Be free.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Play it loud.
Now we're cooking. TikTok.
Hunted by the forces
An
of
enemy has been slain.
this world. Fresh Records only had soul when it had.
Look at that ward, baby. Baby.
Turret plating will fall soon.
The grave is silent. You're buried in all the things you never said. The only way out of the mist is through it. Hearts beat together.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I don't carry this to compromise. The gun's not heavy after all the fear I've been carrying.
Enemy killing spree.
The song between
Your
us.
turret has been destroyed.
It's harder to hold a hand than hold a gun. The past is a wave, keeps returning.
Shut down. Shut down. An ally has been slain.
We're doing alright. Way ahead.
Yeah, we're acquainted.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Shortcut.
I prefer people that gunsling.
An enemy
Play it
is
loud.
unstoppable. An enemy has been slain.
He can keep waiting. Rest now. I forgive. No one else has to. Living my best life. My best self. Lost in the dance. The screams of the wraiths are so loud. I can't hear you. Eyes wide open.
You have been slain.
Got it though. You got it.
Died again. Must be getting good at it.
Gotta wait for Ryumus.
Hearts beat together. By the time I'm done here, dying will be the easy part. The song between us.
An ally has been slain.
My blood still flows, but I'll never be the same. Hear the music.
Your turret has been destroyed.
More where that came from.
Your team has destroyed an enemy is godlike. Enemy killing spree. Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
I've seen too much of this, but I won't close my eyes.
Shut down.
Play it loud. The mist is not my enemy.
There's a ward somewhere here. Here it is.
I remember my nightmares. Wish I could remember to dream. Lost in the dance. I'm breaking free so the fans can follow. Hearts beat together. Out of the lantern, hell came with me.
Dude, what the fuck, man?
An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
Everything that's happened.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Shin thought I was lost. I was only changed. Hear the music. It's just nice not to
Oh
be
my god, bro.
Shut down.
Hello. Yeah.
How can us do this? The song between us. Play it loud. Death doesn't leave scars. Fresh records only had soul. Small talk wasn't really part of my training. Lost in the dance. If life is my curse, living is the cure. I'm here to save them all, living and dead. Keep it coming!
An enemy has been slain.
Hear the music.
An enemy has been slain.
Hearts beat together.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Break up the fight!
Double kill. Your team has destroyed a
Play
turret.
it loud.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
That was so easy. That is broken. That is so broken, bro. God damn. My mid game was okay, but then the end, it was good. My laning phase was good. Not surprised at Garen's damage. Guy was never there. This guy could have ulted me. Wait, he wasn't in range. I kept pissing him off. God damn, dude. It's a tilter. I know tilts. I know so tilting, bro. Alright, let's watch Worlds.
2023 quarterfinals live
go.
from the Sajik Indoor Gymnasium in Busan, South Korea.
Baby.
Here we have Energy arriving to
okay.
the stadium today, as they always are, full of swag, with the sunglasses on, unfazed by anything that has been thrown their way. Weibo, though, looking as calm, cool, and collected as well.
Everyone looking cool. I hear it's record temperatures for November 2nd in Busan
really
today.
Warm.
Yeah,
it is.
it's
It
hot
is.
out.
Oh man, I want to be in
That's
Busan.
because perhaps this will become the
It's
new
cold
4th of
over
July,
here, bro.
the 2nd of November. If Energy managed to pull this off.
LCS Independence Day. No, that was when they beat you too. Well,
So, Energy
God.
versus Weibo today, which was it 27th of October? Or?
I don't
Who knows? Anyways, I'm here at the desk. My name is Shox, joined by Emily for the first time in South Korea.
Annyeonghaseyo.
So happy for you to join us. I guess it's a good one for you as an LPL
Yeah,
and
I
LCS.
can flex, right?
Yeah.
Like, if Weibo start winning, I could be like, oh yeah, you know, Weibo Gaming,
Energy.
they're great. And
Let's
then
go,
if
Energy.
start winning, I can swap.
Perfect. Let's take a look
Want
at the Swiss
Energy
bracket
to
for
win.
everything you missed, but I know you've been watching, Emily. And, well,
go,
it is Energy
baby.
that is the only team out of the West to make it out. And on top of that, 4 LPL teams and 3 out of the 4 LCK seeds.
And this is the first time ever all 4 LPL teams have made it into the quarterfinals, and also none of them are playing each other. So there is that possibility of an all LPL semifinals, which they'll definitely be cheering for.
Yeah, not only did they not have to play any elimination games against each other like KT and
Dude, that's
D+
crazy.
did, but they also got that lucky, so to speak, draw, which if they perform, will be very lucky. If they don't perform, they can also all be out.
That's true.
So
True.
you never know what's going to happen in Worlds.
You never know. This was the first time we had our Swiss stage. I enjoyed it a lot, even though obviously I didn't enjoy the ending for the EO teams. But overall, I had such a blast.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to see how teams like adjusted and improved. I thought you had little mini metas developing between different teams, and also you could see how teams were evolving and adjusting in actual best of series. I've never been a single game enjoyer, so I loved the best of 3s.
And I think the draws made it so much fun, right? Because every single game felt so important. The
Yes.
draw at the end of every day felt so important, and it spawned so
What
many
is
good
that?
memes.
Yeah, maybe I want the best ones back, because apparently we're not that good at the best of
Fnatic
3s.
Big-ass
beat Weibo
pencil.
in game 1.
That's true. We're
Of
better
3.
in best of 5s. Oh, I'm so salty. Anyways, if you missed any of those moments in the Swiss stage, you can head over to youtube.com/gaming to catch up with all the VODs and highlights. But we're going to get into the quarterfinals, and I've got a problem as we pull up the schedule, because as said already, no LEC teams left. In fact, the last team that was left broke my heart. They didn't just break my heart, G2 Esports. They put me through embarrassment, worldwide embarrassment, because of getting beaten by LCS so badly. So I'm looking for a new team. Does anyone have a pitch?
Yeah, well, it depends what you're looking for, really.
Okay. Stability.
Energy's gonna win.
I can offer you excitement.
No.
Non-stop excitement.
I've had too much of that.
I mean, that is a loaded question for me. You know, if you're counting on me, definitely not going to be able to perform. You know, it's really going to be a tough ask. But if you think that I absolutely won't show up, if I won't be there, then for sure, I will definitely be there. You can count on me.
So I make dinner reservations, but I should assume you're not going to show up, but you're going to show up and have, like, you know, the best set menu for me, and you're going to, okay.
But if you think that I'm going to be there, then I won't.
I don't know. I think I need more than that.
Yeah, well, for me, I would say the best ability is availability and reliability.
True.
And that's JDG, because they have played the longest schedule of anybody else. They've won Spring, they've won MSI, they've won Summer, they've gone through the winner's bracket of the Swiss stage. They have the most reliable laning phase. Like, if you're just looking for this no disappointment.
Vanilla ice cream, come on.
Yeah. Okay, listen, I can't
Do you
go-
like gold?
I do.
Because they're on a golden road
They
right now.
are, but I do come from, you know, a G2 who they made my heart race, you know? They broke it, but they made it race. Like, I want to be excited.
Yeah.
KT Roll.
Whoa.
Are you a masochist?
Yes.
Let's go.
Perfect.
I'm your date.
Well, that's not fair.
Also, you know, KT, you know, it seems to me that they don't back away from a challenge.
No, they don't. They sometimes stick with things much longer than you would want them to in draft and in picks. But like you said, you want your heart to race.
Okay.
There's no other team.
Okay, I think I got it. Yeah.
Well, what better, though, than a homegrown, naturally raised North American topside that we have here on Energy. No imports needed, no imports added. It's all natural North American talent on the top side.
Sold. Energy.
Sold?
Yes, for sure. Yes.
Let's make it official. Let's get you signed up.
Okay, let's
go. Gonna need a pencil.
Does anyone have a pen?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, thanks.
There you go.
Awesome. So name Shocks, League main Leona. I was with G2.
I mean, I'm
Heart
disappointed
Steel
in
Stand,
both
yes.
Shocks and Azale.
Finish
Because
the
we all
game.
know.
I'm the dude from Mosh.
Baker, and then boom.
This is just the long con for Europe.
Yeah.
The more Europeans that jump on the Energy bandwagon,
The
they're
fuck
going
is
to
this?
get a flat tire. Like, the bandwagon cannot hold that many Europeans.
I'm officially part
Energy
of the
Shocks.
Energy.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm not here for it.
Here we go. So let's start talking about Energy then as
Oh, wait,
well.
this is
They're up
25
versus
minutes.
Weibo, and
God
they are
damn
the
it.
team. Here you go. Sorry, dude.
Thank you.
That have been
Snap.
underestimated at every step, and maybe that even started in kind of the roster that they fielded and how they evolved throughout the year.
I mean, these guys have had an incredible up and down career. You know, we can take a look at the timeline here. It was not a smooth road toward success. When you're looking at contracts, his career was basically a big U. He came in with Cloud9 in 2017, made World Quarterfinals, then left the team, fell all the way down to Academy, where Dokla was, where Palafox was. These guys have not had that straight line to success, and they really have had to battle every step of the way here throughout their entire careers to get to what is now the peak.
Yeah, and I think the valley for Dokla contracts and Palafox kind of came in 2020 when all three of them were in Academy. Dokla actually didn't even have an Academy roster at the start of 2021, but they all came together at the start of 2022 on this CLG team. That core three have built so long together, and even though FBI and Ignar were some players that found some more success in 2020, with Golden Guardians almost making a Worlds run and Ignar going to Worlds, they also kind of fell down a little bit before all coming together in the summer split playoffs for Energy.
Yeah, when the Shy was winning Worlds, Dokla was in Academy. When Contracts was in World Quarters, Weiwei wasn't even playing competitively yet. I think that also kind of juxtaposes the other side where we have, you know, 2 world champions, a 3-time MSI winner as well in Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, this Weibo team was supposed to be a super team at the outset, right? Like, and they've been, let's just say there's a meme been going around, especially after NRG G2, where people are like, Chinese fans are like, how good are Weibo actually? We still may never know. Just because this team, even though the names on paper, obviously Weiwei coming in for Karsa to go through the summer split, this is a team that was expected to have really, really strong results, and they've been wildly inconsistent in their performances, including, I would say, some of the performances they've had right here at Worlds.
Absolutely. I mean, game number 1, they came out the gates, blew Energy out of the water, but they weren't able to, you know, beat any Eastern teams on their way towards quarterfinals. They only took down Western teams. They lost the KT. So people, I think, are really kind of unsure, how good is this team?
Yeah, but in terms of popularity here in Korea, I will say they brought a truck. Yep. And there was a fan club that was giving away a bunch of merch. I'd say they're like, this is one of the Shy's things they were giving away. There was about 25 other versions of the Shy. Weirdly enough, I didn't see anything for Xiaohu because the community has been really mean to him.
And they've been mean for years.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, like, he's so inconsistent sometimes at international performances, even though he's been to Worlds, what, this is his seventh time. Appearance. He's won MSI twice. He has three times, yeah. So, and then he has been an LPL champ 5 times.
He's really good.
Yeah, this is a region of world champions, you know, like they want more.
They want him to delete his account.
He's one of the greatest LPL players of all time, though, I think undeniably.
Well, and he's never made it, like, super far at
Worlds, correct.
Yeah, Worlds specifically.
I will say, I mean, I was front row rather, you know, in the Fnatic series as well, and just in general, he is the kind of player that, because of the experience, with the back against the wall, he's just going to do what is needed for the team, it seems, when you get to a stage like this. A lot of the times, but I know that there's also memes about kind of when push comes to shove. A small thing as well, Soas tweeted, I thought, right before we went live, he said, this is a throwback for me. Soas is, of course, positional coach for Top 4 NRG, saying, I have a personal experience with the Shy back in 2018.
Yep.
So he's coming back for revenge.
Yeah,
in
Korean
a way.
Worlds. I got to talk a lot with Soaz actually, and just I feel like how much he's matured and how much he's helped Dokla grow. Like Dokla, even though he did take those roads through academy, Dokla has become a much better player as well as being recognized, and I think Soaz and the whole coaching staff for Energy is a big part of that.
The growth is so cool, and the vibes on this team are just immaculate. Like, they seem to have just such a good attitude. Win or lose, they're unfazed.
Definitely, especially so in the mid and the jungle. We expect some very explosive action in the mid and jungle as Contracts and Palafox are facing off against Weiwei and Xiaohu in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
This featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, will go down as one of the greatest and most important moments in LCS history.
Nobody thought they'd win LCS. Nobody thought they'd beat G2. It's time to change your mind.
Oh,
A team made of homegrown talent in the greatest underdog story the region has ever seen. Contracts and Palafox lead the charge in what snowballed NRG into the avalanche that buried G2.
Well, if NRG wins,
Palafox is now part of an elite group of native North American mid laners that have
I
gone to
will
Worlds
be a fan.
quarterfinals and the first one since 2014.
Cloud9 will make it to the semifinals.
Together with his veteran jungler, he needs to take over the mid lane and prove that he is the genius Xiaohu met in scrims. Xiaohu has been a monster for years, showcasing a consistency and flexibility that has been able to keep him relevant his entire professional career.
Weibo are tearing apart North America, piece by piece.
Along with Weiwei, who is an instrumental part in Weibo's rise throughout the summer, he is looking to dominate NRG like they did in the Swiss stage and shatter the rising hopes of the entire North American fan base.
And I think Palafox has really just been on this journey kind of battling for respect. Even within the LCS, at times when he's performing well, he often gets snubbed for things like All-Pro. I think multiple times he's been top 3, players in mid lane in the league, but he's never gotten an All-Pro. Travis Gafford did this video that's been referenced so many times where he went around out of finals with Palafox. LCS fans didn't even know who he was. And I think for the first time, truly, he's really putting himself on the map because he has had such development, with his play throughout this entire year, from regular season into playoffs. And in playoffs, I think he was indisputably the best mid laner in the LCS. And so to now come from that, to winning a title, to going to the international stage and really showing up on the international stage, especially against G2, the most legendary Western mid laner of all time in Caps, and being able to take him down, it's time now to realize he is deserving of their respect. This is a player that shouldn't always be looked at as a nobody, as an underdog. He is really one of the best Western mids there are right now.
Put some respect on his name.
I mean, I think the big thing with Palafox, too, is he's always looking to improve. Like, behind the scenes, whenever we'd have him on for content, he'd be waiting. He wouldn't even be mad. Like, he'd be salty about getting stuff for All-Pro, right? But, like, he wouldn't be mad about it. He'd be like, guys, what do I have to do? Like, what has to change in my performance? What am I not doing? And to see the level of improvement he's had from when he started with this team to now has been amazing. And now he's facing off against Xiaohu. We heard the scrim anecdote, but also, like I said, especially the Chinese community, they've been super critical of Xiaohu, especially his recent performances.
And not as much of Weiwei, because Weiwei has been the catalyst for this Weibo to find the form that they have
and his
at
only
a lot of
hope.
times. And he's up for his
NRG.
contracts in this one. And I think we need to spend a little bit of time talking about the NRG jungler, and let's start by taking a look at his approach to jungling.
Because I'm a big fan of min-maxing plays. Like, I want to really play the line and play the limit as much as possible.
Yeah.
So
we shouldn't
I was just trying to explain to them how we can still be in between turrets, but we can't let them walk through the turret. But they just said just leave. But I'm like, no, but we can play here.
No, but I kind of side with our coaches a little bit. we always push it a bit too much. You know what I mean?
You guys died in between the towers.
Best players in the world will play the line.
You guys are dying between tier 1, tier 2.
That's
the best players in the world will play the line. That's all I'm saying.
You're right.
Yeah, for those of you wondering, that was an LCS content piece, and you can see the vibes of the team.
NRG's
the
like
type of
the new
min-maxing he was
TSM,
talking
bro.
about, I think manifested itself on stage against
Oh,
G2.
beautiful.
The Vi game, for one, he was counter-jungled hard early, came back in a big way, but then he just made some ridiculous plays. Like, so many junglers would consider this, okay, it went bad, it's not the time to go back in, but he then EQ flashes to really turn the tide of the fight, executes it perfectly.
man.
If he misses that, it could be game-altering and game-losing, but he played maybe a perfect series against G2.
I mean, there were so many small things here as well. You know, R-ing out of the EQ early there to not get
Yeah.
interrupted by the step fast presence
Energy is
from
looking
Poppy.
good,
He was
man.
playing hyper-aggressive, and I think this
Just
is
the
embodying
synergy
what he
with
was
the
talking
team
about in the
with each
LCS.
other
Is
is
that
pretty
he
good.
does not want to just accept a play that is okay. He believes he can be one of the best in the world, so that's what he's trying to strive for. And even if it doesn't always work, he's going to keep chasing that goal.
I also love that attitude because it's execution based and not, you know what I mean? Like, it's not being safe. It's like, I can take this risk, and if I mess up, that's on me and I'll own it, but I'm still going to try to take that risk next time too, because the payoff, if I pull it off, will be phenomenal.
This also showed to me, especially kind of the step up versus G2 and how perfect not only Contracts, but everyone adjusted to the high pressure moments. And we've been talking a lot about scrims the last couple of days, and we also know that NRG didn't necessarily have the best record there, but they had the opposite on stage. They were a completely different team.
They were going for golf
almost.
scores in
They were. But that's what you want, right? And I know I have many examples when it used to be, you know, kind of the LEC with deep runs that you would hear. Our scrims weren't really what we wanted, but we took the right things from it. And NRG, I think, has executed that perfectly up until this point.
Yeah, but I also have to just make it clear for the record, it is a double-edged sword. You don't get that energy performance every time they're on stage. Thank goodness they can lose up to 2 games today.
They can.
And still not
Who's
be
going to
eliminated.
win?
Because
Thank God.
when you
Energy.
Worlds isn't here.
Yeah. Because they had their number. They had their number.
Old LCS nemesis.
They lose, and this was true throughout all the LCS season, they've actually lost more games to teams below them in the standings
Energy.
than they have to teams above them in the standings. And they were 9-9.
And
So Worlds is the perfect place for them.
And do you want to state for the record if this was a team below them, if they're favorites or underdogs?
So
huge underdog.
For the
No
record,
chance.
you should not. When is the last time they've made it to the semifinals?
True.
It was 2018. When's the last time the LPL did? That was like last year. So big time underdogs.
Big time underdogs. Maybe Contracts can change something about that. It's time to learn more about the jungler in our
Good
latest
morning from
episode
New
of
Jersey.
Draw My Life by Emily Rand.
Draw my LCS life. Contracts. Juan Contracts Garcia began his pro career in 2017 with Cloud9. At 17 years old, he was a very hyped rookie jungle prospect. Contracts is from Redwood City, California, along with his teammate
Cali.
Palfox. They actually attended rival high schools. Contracts is a massive anime fan, and he particularly loves One Piece. So if you see people tweeting at him about that, that's why.
One Piece.
In his rookie year, Contracts made it all the way to Worlds quarterfinals with C9. It really seemed like this was the start to like this phenomenal LCS career. However, after leaving C9 for Golden Guardians in 2018, Contracts had many ups and downs, including stints in NA Academy with 100 Thieves and Evil Geniuses. Now, with an LCS title under his belt with NRG, Contracts has had strong world showings and now looks to upset Weibo Gaming. And the big thing with Contracts is I've been interviewing him. I was actually one of his first interviews when he was on C9, and he was so shy and he was so quiet, and I felt like I was attacking him actually.
Quit bullying Contracts, Emily.
And then I actually had the pleasure of being on the desk when he started for EG in this game where he had a massive Diana performance, and you could tell just how much it meant to him to be able to return to the LCS stage. So to see him now off of that performance by G2 is just amazing.
It's amazing also if you look at the top side of the map and the fact that this has been 2 years in the making. I think that again for me kind of encapsulates what is so beautiful about NRG's run so far. Also the fact that they didn't just throw people away when the results weren't going the way. They invested in that long-term development. But I think we have to start talking about their opponents a little bit more as well, because they actually already met in the Swiss stage. It was the first game played for either of those teams. And
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Here, I got something for you.
It was rough. Yeah, this is kind of the bot lane mistakes that they ended up making. I actually also did not like NRG's draft at all in this game. I do think if I give NRG credit for anything, it's coming out of this game, they adjusted their draft strategy, they shored up their play. I think that's something that historically North American teams have really struggled with at international performances.
Yeah, and even though I think Energy has changed their draft a lot since then, Poppy, Rumble Top, bot lane prio, all very critical things for Weibo. And this was also the worst game Palafox played at Worlds by far, getting solo killed by Xiaohu. One thing I want to call attention to here, though, with Weibo getting bot prio, winning this game, much like they did in both of their Fnatic wins in the last round, is the champion pool adaptations from Energy. Because you can see this game, they played Taliyah jungle, they played Jace mid, they played Ornn top, but player for player, you can look at top, jungle, mid. They have played unique champions every single game. The only players that have duplicated was this Senna Tom, which has won both games, so it's good to duplicate, but it just shows that Energy has been very versatile in adapting to their opponents with the draft.
Yeah, and I think the big thing I also want to call out is this team, historically, we've seen them make the most of their players' champ pools by swapping them. So you see the Taliyah, obviously this was the Weibo one, so it didn't work out so well, but like the Jace, we've seen a lot, especially with Dokla and Palafox, flexing their champions between the two of them and having it work out really well, leaning into their versatility.
Absolutely, but I think even bigger than that is the improvements in play we saw from this team, because yes, I didn't like the draft in game 1 either, but the reality is they misplayed 2v2 bot horribly very early, then Weiwei dove, and the game was basically done at like 3 minutes. So the improvements that they have made throughout, you know, being able to actually really step up and play, especially against G2, what was, I think, some of the best games of these players' lives, you have to wonder, can they play to that level? Because if they can absolutely challenge Weibo. But if they're putting in the same performance they did in game number 1,
and the question is also, which Weibo are we going to see is going to show up? Because in the same way you said the game was over because of that bot situation, Weibo has thrown leads like that in the past, in fact, in this tournament, right? So I think what is added to all of this is kind of the pressure cooker now, because now the pressure is even higher, especially, you know, a Weibo and LPL seed is always up there, but for the last remaining Western and the top LCS seed to get that chance to get to a semifinal.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the big thing with Weibo that I find super interesting has been their approach in this tournament specifically, where they've been a lot more bot focused, especially in where they're sending Weiwei, right? We talked about how this team got here. It was off of these massive performances from Xiaohu. It was Weiwei going to the top for the Shy. And in this tournament, it's actually been a lot more focused around Light and Crisp. And this game in particular was just such a lane dominant performance from the two of them. Crisp in particular has had a really, really rough summer. So it was great to see this coming out of Weibo, and I'm very curious to see if they bring this against NRG today.
And also the level of importance that they're putting on these enchanter supports, right? Because they're line picking Renata, they're putting high prio on that, they're bringing out Caitlyn Lux, they're willing to play lane dominant 2v2 style, and that's something that NRG's bot lane is going to be super prepared for, because they already got blown out by their bot lane in game number 1. You can't afford to make those mistakes, because Weibo will pounce.
Yeah, and here we just see their summer versus Worlds, where they are sending Weiwei, and that massive jump up in bot and the fall off for mid and top.
And I think one important thing with this matchup between Energy and Weibo is it's not like it's Energy versus like this daunting Eastern team. Weibo could be anywhere, if you're an LCS fan, from like an 8th place LCS team to the champions, depending on the game. And I think that's also true of G2. Like we knew G2 actually had high peaks, but low valleys. And Weibo is going to be, I think, very similar, and it will be very interesting to me to see how the pressure shifts throughout the series. If a loss is going to create a snowball effect where you see a sweep, or if it's just going to be total chaos with every game being absolutely unique.
And the fact that the underdog factor has actually been really, really good for NRG, and they have basked in it, right?
Yes,
to the point
they
where
are
you
definitely the underdogs.
They are the underdogs. They are not the favorites. They're not going to win.
Yep.
I see what you're doing. We'll get to all our predictions in a second, but we are going to check in with NRG's head coach, Thinkart, in the Verizon Game Day interview.
We'll see.
Thank you so much, Shox and Thinkart. Thank you so much for joining me ahead of today's series. It's a huge day for NRG, and actually, interestingly enough, you've been playing Weibo on the first game of the Swiss stage. So how much do you think guys evolved as a team since then when it comes to approaching the meta? Because it looked like the draft you played back then was completely different from what you've been playing so far.
Yeah, we've definitely evolved. I mean, it's night and day compared to what we were day one. We didn't really know what to expect in terms of meta. Also, I don't think our draft went particularly well that day, and usually we have pretty solid drafts. So I'm expecting this to be way more competitive than that, and I expect the draft phase to be pretty much in our favor.
And I think Worlds is always interesting in that sense because everything can change within a week when it comes to the scrims you're going to have, the way you're going to train as a team. And you're one of the few teams who brought new champions against G2, especially the Senna time catch bot lane. I think it was really innovative. Can we expect more, especially in the best of 5 scenario? And what is your understanding of Weibo in that sense?
I think something that's pretty unique about Weibo is a lot of teams at the tournament, they're a lot weaker against certain styles. And, you know, they like to play certain styles themselves, whereas Weibo, they're equally good and bad against things that they play against all the time. So they don't actually have, like, really unique weaknesses. It's more so of just, like, team fundamentals and how good they are as a team. So we do have a lot of picks that we prepared. I don't know what we're going to be able to show today, but we do have a lot of tools at our disposal.
I know you can't say too much about the draft, of course, but when I think of Weibo in the LPL versus World, they seem to be a bit more bot lane focused, leaving the Shy on the side like this. What can we expect? Because you said that you think you're going to have the drafts in your favor. Can I hear a bit more about this?
They do kind of play a certain way, but the way that Weibo kind of takes over the games is more in like the team fight phase. I think most of the time it's like them just trying to get through the early game and then showing their mechanical skill and being able to express how good they are in the team fight. So I just think we'll see what happens. I can't really say too much on that topic.
Well, you've been surprising the whole world so far, so hopefully it can keep on going like this. Thinkard, thank you so much for the interview. And Shox, over to you.
I love what he said about how he's like, they're good against any style, but they're also bad against any style. It reminds me of something.
It's a very true statement.
Yeah, something my friend said about Weibo Gaming was they snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, but it's their own jaws.
Yeah. I can see that for sure. NRG getting ready. They want to get on stage. I'd love to see what our people in the fandom have picked in our MasterCard fan prediction of the day. Of course, as every day you can head over to X and tweet at MasterCardNexus to participate. I'd love to see it. And I wonder if it's usually like a Western vote, right?
I mean, yeah, because the Weibo fans are on Weibo.
Yeah.
True.
Whoa!
Oh my God!
I demand a recount.
Yeah, this is a mistake.
Yeah.
So
NRG are definitely
it's so
gonna lose
close.
now.
I believe for Energy, low expectations are the best expectations.
Yeah.
So this is too high. This
high.
is at least 2% too high in terms of expectations.
This is like 80% too high. You know, we got was just pulling over there.
I think EU fans have rigged this to push Energy over 51%.
This is sabotage.
Yeah,
this
we
is
have.
actually
In
subterfuge.
fact, let me get out my phone right now and add one to the tally. So we are just 2.5 minutes, give or take, away from getting over to the opening of the day. So since I have 3 LCS people here, you can incorporate it with your prediction if you want, but tell me.
Who do you want to go first?
Yeah, it's
He's
Weibo
already-
3-0.
yeah,
It's
okay.
not even
Well,
close.
you work for the LPL now.
I mean, really, any team could get lucky and just fluke their way into quarterfinals. Big underdogs, no chance. Make dinner reservations now.
Come on.
I think one of the big shifts for North America this year has been the support of the fans. When TL fell, when Cloud9 fell, I didn't see the same level of vitriol towards them not doing this really hard thing. So for NRG, I would say they're going to win today.
What?
No matter what.
No matter what.
Congratulations
Oh,
how far
God.
you've made it. I can't wait for you to go further.
This is the biggest cop-out I've ever seen.
It's incredible. Go ahead, Emily.
All right, well, I did a serious prediction.
So did I.
How could you?
And I said Weibo Gaming 3, NRG 1, and that's mainly because Weibo are wildly inconsistent with their own play. I do think where NRG could have an edge is in their actual coordination as a team. We've seen Weibo fall short in that regard sometimes, but I do think just generally Weibo are the stronger team, and they will win.
Shox, what do you think?
I mean, does anyone remember when it was an MSI final and I just predicted a certain thing and it came true? I just predict what I want. I don't think about jinxes at all.
Is that
I
a
think
1 or like a...
That's a 3-1 for NRG.
Oh, that's a 1.
Start with
okay.
Shox?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that to you. Don't worry. No, it's just that I've been so infatuated with the story. We talked so much coming into Worlds about the DRX of last year and who's it gonna be. I'm getting those vibes, you know, a different look for NA, adaptation at every point, knocking down the EU first seed out of nowhere. I don't know how you can't be
Emily,
hyped.
unplug your mic.
It's another
too much
monologue
hype.
curse. Yeah,
It starts
I
with getting perfect game by EG and Summer Split.
I'm not gonna say it.
Oh man, yeah, that was something. I will say, anytime I bet for NRG, they always lost.
Yep.
There you go. Thank you for your service, Emily.
For what it's worth, I do think this could be a close series. This is the best draw that they could have had. It is the 4th seed from the LPL. It is a team that is very inconsistent, so hopes should be reasonable for Energy and enjoy the experience.
They absolutely should be. They are the underdogs again, but hey, they love being in that position. It is time for the most exciting time of the year, do or die. Elimination best of 5s all the way to the end. Who will take the first step towards the Summoners Cup? Let's find out.
Busan.
여러분 즐거운 가을 보내고 계신가요? 그래서 다음 주면 단풍이 절정입니다.
Into Busan.
벌써 곳곳에는 붉게 물든 나무들을 관찰하실 수가 있는데요. 특히 부산에 가시면 푸른 바다와 붉은 나무의 조화까지 감상하실 수가 있습니다. 기온이 너무 높지도 낮지도 않기 때문에 나들이 하시기 좋을 것 같습니다.
노가웃 스테이지 8팀만이 남았습니다.
Back in 2017, I was just a kid at the time. 17, 18 years old, just finding my way.
This is giving me goosebumps, bro.
Back-to-back 10th place. I was in academy at the time. Bouncing up and down between those two leagues just really shapes you into having a strong mental and just never give up.
제가 18살 때 월즈를 우승했었는데 그 후로 우승이 멈춰버렸습니다. 8강까지 오게 됐는데 과정에서 운이 되게 좋았던 것 같아요. 두 번의 기회는 없습니다.
This is battle
이
of the
기회를 잘
underdogs.
살리겠습니다.
After the Weibo loss, we all just wanted another chance to prove ourselves. I think being the underdog is quite the advantage.
They didn't need your faith. They didn't need you to believe in them. They continue to surprise.
It's not the first time that we've proved people wrong.
阿拉 Fox， 你很有潜力，也许未来属于你，但绝不是现在。
Jehu, you're the person I base my play off of. After playing against you, there's just nothing to be nervous about.
你们的优点在于团战，但在 LPL 的队伍面前，这些优点不值一提。
Oh shit.
NRG와 웨이보의 롤드컵 8강전. 그 누구도 상상할 수 없었던 경기입니다.
NRG 재미있으셨죠? 이제 집에 갈 시간입니다.
Going up against the Shy a second time, I've learned from my mistakes. I'm gonna fight fire with fire.
Let's go.
과연 승리의 여신은 누구의 편을 들어줄까요?
Let's go, baby. Come on, energy. Send them back to China. Come on. Send them back to China.
대한민국 부산에 오신 여러분 환영합니다. 이제 이곳에서 8개 팀이 소환사의 컵을 들어올리기 위한 여정을 시작합니다. 먼저 무려 9년 만에 노가웃 스테이지
Wish I was in Korea right now, man.
봄의 마지막 희망 번째입니다.
Welcome everyone to Busan, Korea. After 2 stages of competition in Seoul, 16 teams have fallen and only 8 remain in the fight for the Summoners Cup. Please welcome the first new team to represent North America in the knockout stage in 9 long years.
이에 맞서는 내일 팀입니다.
NRG!
클래스를 말할 때 이 선수를 빼놓을 수 없겠죠. 레전드 샤오가 이끄는 웨이보 게이밍.
Facing the NA squad from China's LPL, led by the legend Xiaohu himself. His class is permanent. It's Weibo Gaming.
Let's see. Come on, NA.
A roster with already 2 world champions.
부산에서
Looking for
펼쳐지는
even
8강
more.
첫 번째 매치. 가장 먼저 4강에 오를 팀은 누가 될지. NRG와 웨이보
Come
게이밍
on, NRG. Send them home to China. Send them home.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World's 2023 quarterfinals. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe and Azael.
And here's the thing. Caster curses, they're not real. We have no more effect
Fuck
over
is
these
that?
games than anyone
that
else
onion?
does at home. So I don't really know why people think it's a big
What
deal
is
that I
going
haven't cast an NA best of win in
Oh, it's
8
for
years.
good luck.
That I cast both C9 and
Oh,
TL
wait.
lose their best of at Worlds. But honestly, you know what? Nah, it's not worth risking it.
Yeah, get him out of here. Let's go. Hey, thank goodness. Dagda's here. Woo. Thank you for your sacrifice, Azael. And welcome, Dagda, the new 3rd man on the cast. It is time to kick off the knockout stage here at Worlds
Man.
2023. It's Energy versus Weibo
Oh, shit.
Gaming, a rematch of when we got to see these teams go head-to-head back in the Swiss stage.
Hopefully with better results. Hopefully it's going to go a little bit different.
You're supposed to be the Weibo LPL side, but yeah.
Look, I transferred last year. This means it's all coming across the West. NEC, LCS, we combine here. It's got to be on the Energy
Welcome
side.
aboard the train! Because Energy have been doubted every step of their journey this year. What a magnificent story for this team, upsetting all of the expectations set for them and climbing here, even just at this point, to the quarterfinals. The entire region already very proud.
This is going to be a showdown, gentlemen. We remember back to the first time the teams went head-to-head. We were joking about it a little bit, but man, it was an absolute stomp from Weibo. Energy themselves even talking about how they came into it without a good read on the meta, and Weibo were swift to punish them.
And I think that's the thing, though. I agree with the desk. You've seen the changes that have come through from NRG. Now starting to bring out things like the Senna Time Kench. I think the mid junglers look spectacular for them.
They're
This
gonna
is
ban
going to
Senna.
be a real test. But if there is a team that you can go up against,
First
I think
ban
it
will
is
be Senna.
Weibo
He's
here.
just too
NRG
broken right
have
now.
shown that they can contend with teams like G2 and Weibo. They have had their ups and downs, not only just at Worlds, but domestically as well.
Yeah, they're gonna ban Senna
Very,
or
very
Tom
close
Kent.
to this kicking off. Here we go. It's time to get into draft for the first game of the first quarterfinal of Worlds 2023. The bans are already coming through. It's Renata, Rumble, and Azir banned out by Energy, who are playing on the blue side in game 1. Weibo responding by banning out the Xayah and the Jarvan with 1 ban remaining.
I think one of the biggest factors for this series are going to be changes specifically to the bottom
I'm
lane.
here for your
And we were
biceps.
looking at
Smash
the
the
previous
shy.
matchup between them. The Senate Tom Kench emerging for Energy as another really powerful option for them to
Go Dokla.
control that bottom lane is going to be paramount. Because Weibo have recently looked their best when they have Weiwei tracking down towards that bottom lane and the bottom lane building a
Yumi?
wave to go dive on
Uh-oh.
and then playing off of a lot of pressure there.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that has come from, okay, well, let's try and get Crisp onto something that he's comfortable on, right? We've kind of seen domestically, he hasn't looked as strong as some of the hook champions like the Nautilus and that kind of stuff. He's fallen back towards a Leona and Renata, and I feel like we're probably going to see the Leona come through again now with the Renata taken away.
I love the shout out from Dokla. He said, after the last matchup versus Weibo, I realized my mistake. I'm not playing Ornn again, Mr. Shy. And they go for the Orianna pickup here since Azir is banned by their side. This has been premier pick of the tournament, so no real surprise here. Weibo, though, are going to jump on that bottom lane.
The first thing that stood out to me in Energy's bans was actually that Renata first ban. This pick has been very powerful. It's shown a lot of potential, specifically against Dive. And with Dokla talking about not wanting to be on Ornn duty, I'm curious what sort of aggressive options Energy are going to be going for as we work our way through this draft. But it is a first pick of Aphelios for Light on the side of Weibo.
And we talk about the adaptations we've seen from NRG. This is an adaptation from Weibo. When we look back to the series against Fnatic, it was that Aphelios that became such a big factor in that, trying to trade that back and forth, saying, hey, once Zai is off the board, Aphelios feels like top dog. So already taking that one, now you've got the Rel as well that you can swap for Weiwei or for Crisp. It feels like Weibo are kind of falling back towards what worked for them against Fnatic. And now we'll have to see if we do get that Senatam Kench as an answer to the Aphelios.
It's been so good for them. It is a classic FBI pick. We've talked to the, coaches about it. They're so happy with him being able to inject that into the Energy meta here. And so I'm pretty confident in the double lock-in here.
You love seeing them locked in next to each other. It's pretty dangerous to pick one without the other. Very easy to ban that away in the second half if you don't. So with both sides having locked in potentially their bottom lanes, the Rel still having the flex opportunity. Let's see if Weibo does want to lock in their mid laner here. This Nico was hovered a little bit earlier. If they don't lock in a mid lane pick, there could be more bans targeted towards Xiaohu in the second half of the draft. The timer runs out, and the Nico gets locked in.
And Nico is definitely a bit more of an early game and playmaking oriented mid lane pick here than the Orianna, which scales so well in setting up a lot of the teammates. And generally, when you pick the Nico, you're going to want a jungler that is also very aggressive and can make moves off of those Nico setups. So very curious to see here if Weiwei actually ends up holding on to the Rel or if they swap it to bottom.
Yeah, I think it will probably be the Rel going towards Weiwei, but I do agree. I think this is kind of the better pick for Xiaohu. It's like when you think of Xiaohu at his best in the mid lane, it's, hey, I'm going to try and control the pace of my lane and then start to lean into hovering towards top, hovering towards bot. He had some fantastic performances on things like the Tristana over the course of LPL this split, but this has been his traditional style, and I think this is where we're going to see how they can try and play through that strong mid jungle, especially with Orianna on the opposite side. It's not exactly a pick that screams we want to dominate in that mid jungle as a 2v2.
And the Nico is why Energy are banning away this Nocturne, because they're covering for, if the Rel does go over to support, you don't want to have to play against a Nocturne ultimate, turn out the lights, and then Nico basically guaranteed double engage for the side of Weibo.
Exactly, and over on the other side, it's the Vi being banned away. Remember that in the game against G2, where we got to see Palafox on the Nico, Contracts on the Vi, it was these two with a 1-2 punch that were constantly driving plays. They want to keep Contracts off of that one. The Gnar banned away from the Shy here.
And the Gnar is what he played into the Cassante pick, so I was thinking that was a Cassante kind of protection ban there with the Gnar, then Weibo just lock it in themselves early here for the shot.
I am really curious though what we get for Contracts, especially when you look at like Vi off the table, things like the Maokai gone. Maybe it is just a fallback to things like the Sejuani, try and play for this like non-committal engage. But I was going to say I think Wukong would fit beautifully here. You set up them for super strong team fights. He gets the healing coming through off of things like the Senna, the Orianna ult is set up as well. I think that would work out fantastically, but maybe it's not going to be the Wukong.
Let's see. The clock has run out. What is the lock-in from the side of Energy? This is really lingering for an extra second.
Energy definitely at their best when Contracts is on a champion capable of making a lot of early plays. And so I actually kind of like this Viego pick. It is a champion that can fight Rift Herald really, really effectively. Is very good duelist champion. And we'll see if that's going to be enough for their early game here, because Weibo, they lock it in again. Another ranged champion for Crisp in the bottom lane. That is now 6 in a row ranged champions for Weibo on the bottom side. The Milio going to be a big protection with that ultimate.
A big protection with the ultimate and powerful in lane with Aphelios. The amount of range you can get when Aphelios has Calibra and he's enchanted by the extra range that Milio can offer can turn Aphelios' laning into a really impressive experience for the opponent.
It's also, you just get to get cheeky with it because you know you're not under much pressure on the opposite side, right? Sen and TK isn't going to go absolutely ham and try and like destroy you when they go for any of these plays. So you kind of get to go, right, I can play back, we can try and get control over this lane a little bit, and then open up the opportunity to try and play through this mid jungle and get the control that we want for Xiaohu in that mid lane.
Another interesting kind of synergy here is that Crisp and Weiwei both will have speed ups available to them. So they can both either use that on each other when Weiwei's going to gain their lane, or later stages, they can use it on Xiaohu to make it easier, even easier for this Nico to really get to the back line and get those perfect Nico ultimates. You know, so much mobility here available to the team.
We got some good playmaking power on both sides. You know that Energy is going to be hungry for revenge against Weibo after that first matchup. You know that Weibo wants to keep that momentum rolling and do the exact same thing to the last remaining team from North America that they did when they faced them back in the Swiss stage. I can't wait as we're about to hit the Rift, my friends.
It's going to be an absolute banger. I'm so excited for this series. I think it's one that's been on a lot of people's minds as we're starting to get into it. It's just that it's the non-rational gamers versus the consistently inconsistent. Like, you could not have asked for a more chaotic series between two teams at the World Championship, and I'm so excited to see how it's going to play out.
I think we can guarantee the fans will be entertained either way. Explosive gameplay on the horizon.
All right, let's get to it. We're on the Rift. This is going to be a good one. I just know it. A reminder to everybody out there as we're waiting to get everything going with the minions not yet spawned. You can connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive Braum W emote. You've been seeing a lot of players spam those, so make sure to get your own. And we don't have anybody doing anything too peculiar here at level 1 in this first game.
And if we just set the table here, quarterfinals, both of these teams, for Energy side, again, they have had doubters all over them, every step of the way, every bit of their journey here, and yet they have been able to overcome them. And the entire region is already so proud because this team has really given that hope back to the hopeless. It has given the faithful more pride as well. And now, with their most formidable opponent before them, a Weibo team that has 2 world champions, and Xiaohu that has 3 MSI titles on 2 different roles, might I add, is definitely a very, very scary matchup here, especially considering these Weibo players really know what it takes and have experienced winning an international championship on the stage.
But that's the thing. This was a team that was supposed to be the quote-unquote super team coming into the LPL at the start of the year. You had Karsa that was on this roster as well. They were supposed to be the team to watch that everyone was like, they're going to pop off. They're going to be amazing. But as we already kind of alluded to, they haven't found that consistency yet. They lost series to like the likes of IG and FPX who failed to make it into playoffs. This was a roster that you never really knew what you were going to get, even dropping games to teams like Rare Atoms. So I definitely think that this has been a roster that we've expected more from. Now, they have managed to go from 6th to the World Championship, which is a feat in and of itself. But when you look towards, hey, we want to see, Weibo pop off and have a more consistent performance, it's just not there.
And specifically where most people are looking with that is Xiaohu, because
100%.
Expecting this team coming in to be him the biggest carry potential, as we have that same play, Weiwei bottom.
Oh,
Weiwei
no.
coming in on the Ralph, goes for the flash, shattering strike's gonna be answered as FBI gets himself back. He and Ignar avoiding the pressure. Chris gets locked down, but there's not enough firepower to do a whole lot back. Energy staying alive, but it cost the Senna flash.
That was a sick knockup from Ignar, though. Actually, disengaging really well from Weiwei as he tried to set up with the crash down. FBI did have to burn the flash to get away from the queue, but managing to escape that one, maybe should have been a bit more aware of it, since it was exactly the play we saw in their first game.
All right, answer back from Contracts on the opposite side. Dokla trying to build his rage at the moment.
Yep, needs to stack that up, wants to be able to have an empowered spell here for this. It's level 4.
Empyrean Ward.
Already used here. Contracts coming around now with a harrowed path. Flash, stun, follow-up coming in from Contracts. The Shy trying to get back. He goes unstoppable. They wanted to save a little bit of extra damage. They go quick.
Let's go. Oh, he's dead though.
Back underneath the tier 1 turret. It will be a 1-for-1 trade. First blood over to Energy. Answer from Weibo.
The Shy just about able to get enough damage down as Contracts goes underneath the tower. Now, he will have to TP back into the lane because the wave isn't in the best of spots, but it's still Energy getting something on the board.
Oh, that was beautiful for Energy to be able to get first blood, but the Shy played it so well with his W holding it. They were really waiting to try and get Contract stun on him, but the Shy held it for so long. He was able to get under the tower, gets the counter kill.
He has to get the fuck out dodge.
Really sticking around here, trying to maximize what's left of his health bar before he uses his own teleport to come back into the lane.
Well, one of the big things here is that the Shy didn't burn flash in that last engage, so you have to be very careful as Dokla. Yes, you will try and get back into lane, but your wave is in a bit of an awkward position, and keep an eye on where Weiwei is on the map. I think for Dokla, maybe even just taking the early reset and just trying to get this wave pushed in could work out a little bit better for you, but looks like Weiwei is going to stick around for the chicken spawn.
A lot of deep wards there for Weibo. Raptors warded up, so they will see that Contracts is over here, as Weiwei is kind of sniffing around mid as well. We'll see him move up towards that top side.
Well, back in mid, we haven't been paying a whole lot of attention
Dragons
here
up.
so far. You can see about a one-wave advantage in terms of the farm for Palafox. Both of them still having their teleports ready to use, as that teleport from Dokla is finally going to be used up in the top lane there. He got the phage on the first back.
Yeah, and we did also get to see for a second there the state of the minions as bottom lane is trading here. The state of the minions, it looks like the Shy had more than 4 ranged minions stacked in front of him. If you ever have 4 ranged minions, that is enough DPS to freeze the wave and hold it there. Dokla teleports back with his buy, with full health though. Should be fine as Weiwei is now clearing down towards the mid lane again.
I think you need Contracts to come up here and break this, though. They don't have the information on exactly what Weiwei's up to, so if this freeze continues to go there, that's a terrible spot for Dokla to be without a flash. So you can already see Contracts kind of like, hey, look, I'll come up in a second, help you break this, and then we can start to lean in towards the rest of the map. And I want to see a little bit from Contracts on trying to play towards the top side as well, because there's not really much setup elsewhere.
Yeah, definitely going to slow push back after he's able to kill those off. Contracts is
Oh,
here.
the Shy! He's going in for the Cassante combo underneath the turret. He does manage to pull Dokla underneath that aggro range, but he doesn't do enough damage to fully get the kill. Contracts is up here. Weiwei's coming around too. Dokla still has the Dominus ready to go. They're trying to wait for the all-out to dissipate. Weiwei still moving his way forward. Dokla dives in, ready to go Dominus mode, but not just yet. Contract shows up, goes in for the stun. Only gonna find it on Weiwei. The Shy still at 400 HP, but there's no CC left, so Energy's gonna back both players away.
Nicely done there by Weibo, even tanking up the stun by Weiwei to make sure that nothing could happen to the Shy. Steadying the Shy back, though, is actually pretty big here. Means they'll have to walk back up to the lane. Dokla can probably crash this wave if he wants to, but actually looks like he's just going to freeze it in a position where it's favorable to him. So at the moment, NRG going tip for tat is a far better situation than what we saw from the last game between these two teams.
All right,
Oh,
as we
it's
get
gonna
the
freeze.
reset here, Xiaohu on his first roam deep into the jungle.
Gonna freeze. Boom.
It's like Energy well aware of the roam possibility and the timing from him though.
Rose.
Not well aware enough.
No.
Contracts
Look at
does
that
clear out the
wave
ward,
right
but
there.
they don't know Xiaohu's
Top
lines
lane.
here still.
Yeah, Xiaohu coming around from the side. Prop lost him. He goes for the flash and he finds the engage. Now they're going to finally take out Contracts as Xiaohu set the trap, but he gets the payoff. But can Weiwei get away? The level 5 Rel still trying to escape, and he's reinforced in time. A shockwave coming out from Palafox, and Xiaohu's going to be caught on the back half of the fight.
Nice.
Weiwei's still sticking around as Palafox gets the second kill of the game for Energy.
That's a bird.
FBI and Ignar still moving forward, but they're too far behind to find anything else. End of the day, it's an even trade, 1 for 1.
And Weibo do end up walking away with the red buff, but because the mid laner is the change for the jungler here, Palafox gets a shove out mid lane. It looks like it might turn into a dragon as well on top for Weibo.
Yeah, Weibo will be able to get the dragon, although NRG are in position. Weiwei's even, our Contract, sorry, has even come back out. So Weiwei will be able to get it, but will they back away here? They're going to be able to walk.
I would
But
have
as
kept
you say, I think it's a
auto-attacking,
nice,
bro.
even though Weibo
What
get
the
the dragon,
fuck
that kind
would
of
they
makes it a
do?
little bit more even for, or more interesting on the side of Weibo to go for that play. But it was Weibo trying to punish the fact that Contracts had no flash. So now it's a curious question of can Contracts try and get into the mid lane and punish Xiaohu for the flash that was invested on this play.
All right, so Contracts had found the ward and cleared it out, but Weiwei and Xiaohu know that he's on there and they force the play. Xiaohu goes in. This is going to be critical. We'll have to track that flash that he burned to get onto Contracts.
Yeah.
They knew that he did not have his to answer, and it is going to be the kill answered over, but we'll see
can't
if
believe
the
they didn't
punishment
kill.
for the summoner spell is going to actually gain them anything. In the aftermath, of course, both jungle objectives go over to Weibo, the red buff as well as the dragon.
And you can see back in live, it panned over to mid. There was another attempted play coming out from Weiwei in the mid lane, but now Contracts back up top side again, looking for the Shy. Contracts is putting a lot of focus up in this top lane and towards Dokla.
I think they're just trying to do that to be able to gain priority for Rift Heralds, because a Renekton or even a Cassante are not really your win conditions here. It's more about this objective.
Oh no.
We've got Weiwei and Xiaohu both ready to contest this. Palafox coming up, wants to put in some damage.
Nice.
Weiwei's gonna be the target here at the start. FBI firing off the ulti and the pop blossom won't get
Kill
anything.
his
Now
ass.
Weiwei's gonna flash away, trying to survive. Contracts
Oh, no.
still in pursuit, but instead he's gonna get locked up. Contracts about to die, but barely hobbling away.
That was so
Nice.
close to NRG falling. Contracts using the flash because he knows the Xiaohu can't try and follow, but he went for that initial fight when you had no control of the mid lane, and Weibo were nearly able to punish.
Oh, both junglers now with no flashes in the aftermath, because Weiwei also had to flash away from Contracts ultimate there. You can feel the tension rising here in just the first game of the quarterfinals.
We're getting a lot of trading back and forth. We're getting a lot of action from both sides. This is the first 10 minutes of the game I wanted to see.
But man, I looked at an Orianna and a Senna and I was like, yeah, we're going to take it easy, nice and breezy, no problems at all. But these teams are going ham, and a huge amount of that is Contracts, who's been trying desperately to get the control that he wants over this mid, over the top side. And at least now, with that push, he should be able to get the Rift Herald.
He did not catch that ward in the back, though, so Weibo have the information, but it looks like they're going to call the Shy back.
They have the information, but they don't have the numbers. Weiwei goes over the wall. He wants to try to contest it. Instead, it's going to be secured. And now Weiwei's stuck in the pit. He has to crash down over the wall to escape. But Dokka's ready to follow him. May have been a bit of an error here.
No.
But the dominance from Dokka's ready to keep the fight going. Palafox goes in. And
keep
Weiwei's
going.
trying to go out. Dokka's on pursuit. Palafox won't
Oh,
get the kill
nice.
just yet, but Palafox is finally going to get it now. Dokka, the Shy in the ground.
Let's go.
NRG get two. The North American top side takes the
Let's go.
Herald, they take the kills, and they can shove it right in
Let's go,
afterwards.
NRG.
They're going to push on top side. They could get a ton of turret plates there.
Ignar needs to be careful, going to be able to back away, but that was just disrespectful. Weiwei going in over the wall, hasn't got a flash, has a dream and a prayer to get back out, and NRG shut that down immediately.
A huge difference here. Contract, such a playmaker. This Viego, so good at fighting the Rift Heralds like we were talking about in Champ Select. And man, Palafox rotating every single time right over. Dokla moving really early. The Shy, as we said, had gone back to base, and so Weiwei's hoping for a little bit of a steal here, but
I was kind of worried here for a sec because they were going to get collapsed on.
Replay, they were trading back and forth so frequently. It was so close on both sides.
I think the big winner of this, though, is Palafox. 2 kills and the assist for the Orianna. The Dark Seal already picked up. Palafox is getting geared up to take over this game as the Orianna, and the quicker you accelerate towards those 2 items, the more of an impact you're going to have, and especially in these upcoming fights.
FBI is a
feels like
savage,
NRG
bro.
set themselves up well.
and so much has been said about that duo. Contracts and Palafox actually coming from the same city in California, Redwood City, and their synergy really pairs well with the champions they've chosen in and out of game. The Orianna, such a good facilitator for the Viego, with Contracts rushing the Trinity Force build here. Really going to be very, very powerful combination if they can pull it off.
So my eyes right now are on 2 things. Number 1, Dragon Timer in the top right corner, under 30 seconds. Number 2, Xiaohu's got that flash ready to go on the Nico yet again. Big playmaking potential here from Weibo if they want to fight for this. You can see the Radiant Virtue also purchased up for Weiwei, so a lot of potential, very powerful engage.
And that's what I was going to say. I think actually you need to hold on for a second here as NRG. Don't have the Mythic completed in mid. FBI still doesn't have his first item completed, nor does Ignar. I think with just the damage that you have from Light completing that first item and the Radiant Virtue, you may need to chill, since you can't really get Dokla into this fight. I don't think so with the Shy being able to interrupt if he tries to TP.
Ooh. That was good.
A little bit of trading here
Okay,
from FBI
keep
and
going.
Ignar. They're just going to try to annoy these guys as much as they can. If they can lay down some meaningful poke, they can scare them away. But that full fight is so scary because of exactly what you're talking about, Dagda. As Dokla up here underneath the tier 1 turret doesn't want to take the aggro immediately because he doesn't want to risk getting Kissante'd underneath the turret. You can see the Rift Herald summoned up back over in mid. They just want to grab the guaranteed couple of plates here. That first plate has been damaged enough. The charge is enough to get both of them. And now Palafox will collect that money too.
Yeah, this is huge for Energy. He's going to be able to complete his Mythic after this. They're also going to be able to transfer the bottom lane and mid lane priority into a Dragon take for themselves to even up the count. The question is, what is the counterplay here from Weibo? Weiwei tried to sneak in, but FBI got there early. Saw him trying to get into the brush, so no surprise play for Weibo.
It's actually huge, the fact that they managed to spot him out, although
Try again.
maybe just rinse and repeats. I think the fact you managed to get that mid priority with the Rift Herald and also bot is huge, but FBI sneaks
nice.
it out, spots Weiwei, and NRG, they are playing safe on this bottom side.
Ultra Mega Fire Kick, not going to find a whole lot. They're just trying
Oh
to
my
get this
god,
side
that damage.
pushed up. FBI falling back. Light does so much damage. He forces
What is that
out
damage?
the heal from Energy's side. This Aphelios is getting farmed. The Storm Razor, the 132 CS count. He is going to be frightening once we get into these bigger fights.
And Light has been so big for Weibo at this tournament. Really, really big carry force. Considering the comp that they're running, he has to be this time around. He's going to be the main DPS output.
And I think Light gets overlooked a little bit in the LPL because you have such incredible AD carry
Oh,
star
shit.
power.
Here
But
it
Weiwei
comes.
wants to try and propel him to stardom, especially if he can get
They
this
need-
dive off on bot side.
they
But
need
look
to
at
get the
collapse
fuck
from
out.
NRG.
They're coming down, but remember, the plates have already fallen, and the turret's at about 0 HP. Weibo's just going to commit long enough to guarantee they grab that objective. You can see they got one more plate overall compared to Energy early on, and they want to make sure they're piling up some of this objective gold to try to close that overall economic gap.
But this is where I actually get a bit nervous about the composition we see from NRG, because who's your main engage tool? When you look at how you actually try and start fights that are on your terms, you don't really have the best of people. I think you can look for picks, maybe with contracts, and try and see if you can find to play off a vision in jungle, but actually trying to start a 5v5 in your terms is very difficult, which is perfect for a composition like Weibo that has things like the Rel, like this Nico, that can immediately jump on top of you when they're ready.
Yep, a lot more guaranteed on the side of Weibo. Plus, Weibo have the counter card in the Milio ultimate as well. So if one of those single target stuns is something that catches you, like Contracts or Dokla, then they can get that person out. We did have a lot of single item completions here now coming through for both sides. So that earlier lead from the earlier completions that Energy had kind of a wash now, as all of the key ones are coming in for Weibo. Xiaohu especially with that proto belt on the Nico and flash available and level 11 for rank 2 ultimates. Could be looking to make a big Nico play, roam up to the rest of the team.
Big story being told here in a MasterCard lane economy snapshot. The overall gold advantage is Energy's, but light on the side of Weibo. This is the X factor. This is the guy that they got to play around. He's got to be the carry, like you guys were talking about earlier.
You gotta shut down
very
light.
ferocious team fighting weapons in the two guns with the purple and the blue. AOE,
You gotta kill him.
Incredibly daunting
He's doing too
considering
much
the other
damage.
engaged power the team already has on top of it. Energy needs to play safe if they want to try to contest Weibo in a big fight. Weibo is grouped up.
Ooh, try to see if they can get the Tangle Barbs, but not quite able to do so. And Light has always been someone that you can rely on. In LNG, back with Iwandi, this was a guy that if you gave resources to, he would carry a game. And Weibo, kind of realizing that coming in towards their playoffs and in towards Worlds as well, is like, we want to try and play around bot side, get our AD carry fed, and see if he can just lend us the victory that we're so hoping for.
And even though the camera was not down on bottom side that often in this game, they played how you're supposed to play the double range matchup super well. Play for those turret plates and get that value out of the draft here for them. So really nicely done. Really has turned into a rich light.
Oh boy, Xiaohu has to flash away there. If that Spectral Maw hits, you know they're going to follow it up and just immediately burst him down.
Massive window for NRG. No flash on this Nico for a Rift Herald fight is exactly what you want, which is why NRG immediately feel confident to start this up. They take the Nico's health bar flash and they're going to be good to go.
But it looks like Weiwei does not want to let it go.
Nice.
A TP's coming in. Weibo ready to contest. Herald's down low, still has the eyeball opened here. Energy backing away. They know how powerful the AoE engage is. Coming out from Weibo, but instead it's going to be secured by Energy. Contracts moves in, picks up the eye.
Just back
Energy
away,
now
back
backing
away, back
as Weibo
away.
looks for any opportunity
Reset,
to maybe catch somebody
reset.
in the back end. The objective
There's
goes
no
to Energy.
need
It
to
was
fight.
11 HP. I actually
Good.
feel for you, Weiwei. I bet there. He tries to Q smite, and he's really close on the calculations, but 11 HP off. Contracts is able to get it. Weibo still get mid tower, though.
Yeah, they will be able to force Energy out towards that top side, but it will be answered if you look towards Palafox on that top end as well. So at least going tit for tat still when it comes towards towers, and having that Rift Herald now to break up a mid lane turret is going to make it way easier for Energy to try and play for that pick style we were talking about. Play off of the vision they can establish on this top end and make sure Palafox is always safe when he's trying to push in. Orianna's not a champion that does well in the side lane if she's going to be troubled, but that's what Energy are going to be able to shut down.
And there's a lead in tempo for Energy because Palafox pushed in top side, so the rest of the team can go mid with Rift Herald and try and get 2 towers out of it, then rotate down to the Dragon that's about to spawn now. Nice chain of events here for Energy, trying to use the momentum that they have with their presence on the map, constantly pushing in these waves in order to set up for the next objective.
The Dragons are 1-1 here across the first two, so no early stacking advantage for either side. Also a Chemtech Rift, generally considered lower value in most situations, so it's not going to have the same amount of pressure it would for something like a Hextech or an Infernal. It's Dokla and FBI clearing the waves back in mid. 19 minutes into the game, so Baron's not up yet, but as we move forward a few more minutes into this game, a big team fight win could spell something very calamitous.
Weibo are going to abandon Dragon. You can see where Xiaohu was. He reset super late. So instead, they're just trying to go for 2 turrets. Maybe on this top side, they'll definitely get 1. You can see the reset starting to come through from NRG to try and answer this. But as you just said, Flowers, this is kind of Weibo going, right, we don't care about a second Chem Dragon going over. We want to set up that vision for the Baron that's going to come up and see if we can try and play for that 5v5 in these choke points around the Baron area.
Now Weibo doing a good job here, just brute forcing this tier 2 turret. They got a 4-man play in the top side. Dokla's already at half HP. FBI and Ignar ready to back them up now, while Palafox split pushes on the bottom side of the map, taking out the tier 1. Weibo really want this tier 2 turret, but it's a 4v4 now. Dokla at half HP means Energy's making the call to back off. They don't want to throw the game for this, so Weibo is going to take the big cash prize for the tier 2.
Yeah, it's a smart push by them, trying to get both towers. In giving up that kind of low-value dragon you're talking about there, Flowers. Let's see about the chase here for Energy, though. They want to interrupt the recalls.
Yeah, Dokla going in, tries to stun up the Shy. Nice use of that Pathmaker to just walk it off. Not even concerned. Breath of Life not required. Weibo, just walk away.
I'm curious how far Energy want to chase, though. If they can keep Weibo from resetting, maybe they can actually look for something in this jungle, but I don't know if they want to chase this far. FBI finds the Shy.
Yeah, does a little bit of damage to him, but looks like those recalls are still going to fire off on Weibo's side. Contracts jumps in, but unfortunately for him, only a clone of the Nico. The real one is down there in the bottom lane looking for a reset of his own, as Energy have control over the top side river to establish some vision.
And usually you'd be like, okay, if Energy can try and find these moments where they push Weibo back, maybe they can turn over towards a Baron, but when you look at this composition that Energy has, there's just no real Baron damage. Like, Senna isn't great at taking it. You look towards Orianna, she's going to be very slow, so it means that for Energy, you have to find a fight, you have to find these picks before you turn over towards these objectives.
Step 1 in that, getting control of the minion wave mid here. Energy pushing in. They've got wards on both sides.
Oh! The attempted shockwave with a flash out from Light is good.
Oh, nice.
Now Ignar has to flash himself to escape the counter punch from Weibo. Palafox saw the opportunity for the pick. He saw the moment to grab that valuable target, but Light's reaction time was fast enough.
It's still a valuable summoner, though, especially when you look towards things like Baron and Dragon. If you have that opportunity as Palafox to play to zone Light away from these team fights, it's actually going to work out fantastically for you, and it's something that Weibo punished very effectively in their last series. Now Energy have the opportunity to do so as well.
It might be the most important one on the opponent
Oh
team.
my god.
Ignar wants to follow up on him, but Ignar doesn't have a flash either.
This top catch could be in a whole lot of trouble. They're going to burst him down. Big Stand only keeps him alive for an extra second.
No.
Who's into the back?
Oh.
They stun up Palafox.
Oh,
he tried
no.
to get some damage back, but it ain't going to work. The
Oh, that's
shot
good.
goes all out, and Palafox is his next target. FBI and Dokla's trying to get away, but it's a shutdown of the
Baron.
Shy. Weibo just got 2, and Baron's on the menu.
Yeah, they're going to go right over and try and bait in Energy. Contracts is still alive, but he has no ult and no flash, so he would have to walk around the front. Weibo!
This is the turning point. Weibo found their moment. Energy are going to need a big play to try to triumph here. Dokla's here on the front line, popping the dominance. Needs to try to stop these guys a little bit better. Contracts wanted to go in, but Baron's still at 3K. Dokla falling back. Stun from FBI. Back away. Xiaohu is low, but Dokla's lower. Contracts still in a position here on the bot side of the river.
Keep going.
Weibo will not get the Baron.
Hit it.
3v5.
Nice.
Energy, fight him off.
FBI needs to be careful, though. As long as you can keep them pushed back, you can go for the Baron yourself. Energy, they're TPing in. They might have just found the Baron themselves.
They're going to go for it.
Man,
DPS
they turn up
check
the
right
vents,
now.
bro.
Let's
They have
see
to
if
go
can burn
in.
it down
They
in
have
time.
to.
Weibo, they still have full health on Light, but it's the Shy and Weiwei who don't have a lot to work with. Energy burning the Baron low. Weibo backs off. Energy are going to find themselves a Baron. Weiwei having to fully disengage as Dokla goes over the wall.
Let's
the
go.
Big purple
Let's
worm
go.
goes to the North American squad.
Huge clutch
Oh
plays
my god,
on the
that was
world
huge.
stage here. This is what North America has been missing. Under pressure, they do not fold. Energy stop Weibo's Baron. They poke them off with a 3v5 scenario as we go into the replay to watch the beginning of why we had to fight them off a 3v5 Baron.
I like the idea from Energy to try and find the pick, but without the vision clearing down
Oh
behind
man,
you
that
and not
blast
even knowing
cone
if you're
though.
walking across vision, it gives Weibo this
Oh, that blast
opportunity.
cone.
The scramble from Energy is great though. Using that blast cone to get FBI, going a completely separate way to Palafox, but that's exactly the feeling that I think a lot of NA fans are having. But the fact they managed to then come back, play on the knife's edge, and push Weibo away, secures so much for Energy.
So good for them. Poking around. You used the word annoying before to describe the Senna pick, and FBI has been so good at exactly that. Outside the Baron, he's healing up Dokla as Dokla's trying to play on the edge there and harassing them off of the Baron.
They don't have
get it
vision.
done. Now, what can they do with the buff?
I'm looking
They
at
need to
this
push
next
the wave.
Drake. They've already got 2. We'll see if Weibo can come around and try to answer these guys. They take control
They-
over the
they
bottom
should have
side.
pushed that
Rivers
wave
Energy are
so they
forced back
wouldn't
with a
do
4-man
this.
squad. Dokless separated
Oh,
off on the side.
nice.
No pincer opportunity here just yet as Weibo retreat back into the mid lane.
There's a massive lack of
No, you
vision
should have
for
placed the
Weibo on
pink
that
in the
bottom side, though,
pixel.
which is why Dokla is able to play around this tower and that bot side jungle.
I don't know why they
incredibly
place a pink
And
right
Energy,
there.
they're going to have to keep track of Xiaohu.
Dude, that's a
Xiaohu has the
horrible
flash
ward
of the
right there.
Nico available
Horrible.
and the Proto Belt. That is the big point man for Weibo right now. They want him to start it out, and Weibo to be able to follow up that fight for the big AoE combination.
All right, Weibo's starting up the Drake. They are the ones to dare Energy to come and answer. Weibo know that they have the better engaged tools, the better mechanisms. The Drake is already taken, tied up 2-2 now. Energy have no answer, and Weibo get out.
They need to try and get this mid lane tower if they want to get anything. You can see the resets going for Weibo on this bottom side, so it will be a trade Weibo of their tier 2 mid, I believe, for this, although they are trying to wrap around. I don't know if Energy, Weibo are in a position to contest Energy on this.
Weibo still have such incredibly powerful engage. That's what Energy's got to be conscious of. That's what they got to look out for. Even with this Baron, one big wombo combo with a Rel and an Eco put together could spell doom, and Energy are playing it slow.
Yeah, Energy really have to respect the extra distance of the flashes here. Try and play that kite back team fight.
I think it's also Energy not actually establishing side waves as much as they'd like to for that Dragon. No push on top, only having Dokla being able to push bot occasionally
ahead.
means that they weren't really able to establish themselves very quickly. So they do get mid lane turret. That should be the last one though, as this Red Bull Baron power play is about to end.
The poise on stage here for Energy, the calm siege at the tower. They land the snare onto Xiaohu, they respect the flash possibility. Contracts though, getting a little bit extra greedy here, trying to counter jungle everything.
Yeah, wants to get away from Xiaohu. He will manage his escape, but I do have to still say, we've been praising Energy. They had a very good Baron turnaround after a mistake, after Weibo punished them, but the reality is they're still only a little bit over 2,000 gold ahead, and they're up against a team with much more capable team fight tools. Do not count Weibo out of this. One big fight, and this game gets slammed on its head.
And this is where I think you need to try and work together as NRG to establish the vision you need. Like, push mid as a group. Put the vision on bot side, play for the bot side tier 2. If you start to skip these steps, or maybe you try to catch out on a play like Glide again, that could be the play that comes back to bite you.
And although Energy don't have the same initiation tools, they do have a very, very strong kite back team fight, as I'm trying to highlight, with the Orianna, with the Senna, and with the Tahm Kench. Mainly the bottom half of their map. Those picks for the draft really meant to give them this security as long as they're able to track the enemy initiators and they don't fall prey to the giant AoE dream combo that Weibo are trying to set up. But again, there's so much tension on that line because one successful initiation from Weibo that does get the Nico into the Rel combination, allow Light to just blow them all up, is all that Weibo need.
And that's why NRG, you have to try and play for burning flashes on Light, burning flashes on Xiaohu, preventing that opportunity to come through. Even things like the rapid fire cannon that's about to be completed for FBI is going to make that 10 times easier in the coming fights.
We're talking about completed items. Light has just completed his third one, the Bloodthirster online. This pretty much demands you must kill him instantly or the Aphelios is going to win this fight for Weibo. There's a lot of pressure on Light's shoulders. There's a lot of pressure on everybody else to protect the president. Make sure this guy is allowed to DPS, and you should be in a great spot to win a team fight.
I like how NRG are playing this slow though. It's, hey look, we want to get midwave as a group. Get it pushed underneath the enemy tower. As soon as we see Light and Crisp on midwave, then we can start to establish that deep vision. But at the moment you can see the second Weibo disappear off this midwave, you have to back away because you're so vulnerable to that combo we were talking about.
Exactly. And from the side of NRG, if you're talking about DPS, there's about to be a death cap on Palafox. So they want to buy time for him to be able to get there.
Nice.
Oh, FBI getting away from the Shattering Strike. Weiwei tried to predict him running off to the left, but FBI just kept running straight back down mid to escape from that one. Weibo taking a very low-risk opportunity there to try to catch out a valuable target of Energy. Doesn't pay off, but it does buy them control over the top side river. The Baron is respawning in under 10 seconds, and it's Weibo who are going to sweep out all this vision, have control, and force Energy to come check into them.
But that's the thing, when you're trying to take back this vision, that's the most dangerous point for NRG. Don't know where Xiaohu is. No vision on the rail. Flashes on both these. You can see Xiaohu trying to play off knowing that fact. find these angles of attack for NRG, and immediately NRG have to see all the controls they just got in pushing forward and getting that vision established on the top side. Contracts playing very far forward, knowing he does have that ultimate to get out if he needs it.
Yep. A heartbreaker, very, very powerful for being able to buffer through CCs even when they hit you. But now it's a very dark map in the top side of the river for Energy. And Weibo, again, with control over the Baron Pit, they're going to start this one up.
Yeah, exactly. They want to force before Palafox gets his death cap. They really are trying to
They're going
force
for
the
Baron.
team fight before they have to fight into that.
Well, Ignar's going to lead the way. Face checking into the brushes for Energy's side. They're going to continue marching forward here. Nico Stun's not going to hit anybody. DPS still on the Baron, but very slowly.
They need to clear that
6,000
ward.
HP left on the objective. Energy still approaching. Dokla coming over now. The Shy looking to approach from behind. Weibo, we're going
Run.
Want the collapse. Weibo's going to find one target, but it's only Contract. Pop Blossom hits nobody. Contract's in the stasis, keeping himself alive as the Shy is now isolated from everybody else. But it's Dokla singing the same song. FBI fires off the ulti as the Croc tries to run, but the Shy's on the hunt. Dokla's low, and he flashes away from the third hit of the Intofo strikes.
Oh!
Going to come back in as Palafox guns the Shy down. Contracts again looking to play the edges, skirt the absolute limits of the fight.
Oh.
FBI throws out another stun, but the fight is settled. Only the Shy dies.
That is exactly what
Wow,
a
that
successful
was good.
back team fight looks. Energy, they scramble and they split so that oh, never mind. We're going to look for another one.
Ignar
Oh, they're
throwing
gonna
out the tongue
engage.
lash. Xiaohu
They're gonna
in danger.
engage.
Palafox throws out the ball. Weiwei is low. A lot of damage onto Xiaohu, but instead it's going to be Ignar killed off. A massive amount of damage coming out from Light. He won't get the snipe, and Xiaohu falls. A 1-for-1 trade on the back end, but now Palafox may be
Get out,
in
get
danger.
out,
Weiwei
get out.
trying to trade with him
Oh,
as
no.
Palafox continues his retreat.
Don't let him
The rest of
die.
the team coming up to reinforce as Light is still a force to be reckoned with. Weibo maintain control over the top side
They're
river,
desperate.
and
They're
again
desperate.
begin the Baron.
Palafox did TP back in with his death cap, so he's going to stick around. FBI going to do the same. They're waiting for Dokla. There's the TP. Time to get Weibo.
Everybody's back in. Crisp is down to 20% HP. The Shy jumped. He goes after FBI, and the Senna has been isolated and brought down. Dokla goes into the pit, but Weibo has the Baron. Dokla wants to clean him up, but he ain't going to find anybody and has to dice back over the wall. Weibo with a massive dub.
The Shockwave
Okay.
couldn't get on towards Light in the back of the pit. Palafox only hits onto Weiwei, and Weibo back and forth, fist fighting that whole time, finally come out with purple fits on their hands.
Huge turn there for Weibo. They show no fear in such a tense situation. Into the back of the Baron Pit. They grab it. The Shy went right at FBI. Takes down one of the most annoying champions, one of the biggest threats on that team. Let's take another look at it. Crisp takes a big combo as he's cutting outside, but then FBI gets taken out because Light was also able to snipe him with a green gun right before this and then still get the Baron along with Weiwei. So they've already taken out the Senna. They have the numbers advantage, even with the extra death cap there on Palafox and him arriving. Weibo get everyone out. They got the objective. This game is delivering so well back and forth.
The fact that the Shy did such a good job of preventing Palafox from entering the pit, catching Light with that Shockwave, was the difference maker at the end. And now Weibo, Red Bull Baron power play in operation. They've got that third dragon for themselves as well, and now they're going to be the ones that are in position to go, cool lads, let's start to push in, let's start to get the vision that we
catching up.
want, let's make NRG play into the darkness and into our hands.
It is a dangerous, dangerous highway when Weibo is in the driver's seat. This composition is absolutely merciless when they get to play the team fight the way they want to play it. Immediately after the Baron, while we were watching the replay, they got the Drake. They're now on Soul Point. If they can manage to control the Rift for the next 4.5 minutes, get that, that's going to be another huge power spot.
FBI is kind of
for them,
shaky
and
with
things are
Senna.
becoming more and more difficult for Energy to
Oh,
deal
no.
with these guys. As a TP is summoned up mid lane, that's going to guarantee that Weibo can force down the tier 2 turret.
Light is so massive on this Aphelios with double summoners plus the Melio though to protect him. Weibo, the onslaught, they're inside the base.
They managed to crack the first inhibitor turret. They will not overforce and go after the inhibitor itself, instead rotating down to the bottom lane where the Shy already has the next wave prepped. They're going to break their second inhibitor turret as Light applies the DPS to the mid lane inhib. Now they got to be careful on Energy's side. There's threats in so many places. The Shy's going to get jumped on by 2, but the mid lane inhib is still being taken down. First inhib falls, and the Shy is again fearless back in the bottom lane. Contracts goes back into the fountain to heal up and shop, but Weibo can still keep this pressure going. Contracts and the rest of Energy, are they even going to make a stand? Bottom lane inhibitor falls. Baron's still up for another 15 seconds. Weibo are not stopping. Energy have to try to hold this line, and it looks like they may be able to clear out the minions. Contract with the defensive ulti. Dokla loses Sterix.
Goodness.
Light's damage is absolutely brutal.
This train is keep on chugging for Weibo, and Light wants to hit them like a truck. Can he get in here?
Contracts taking a lot of DPS.
They have to collapse on Light, man. They have to.
Out as the Baron dissipates,
Oh my goodness.
But Weibo have done incredible damage to the base of Energy.
All right, they finally get the reset. 2 inhibitors down. Weibo have done so much damage here. Now all they have to do is return to that top side. They've got the extra pressure. They can get that reset off. I mean, Light is closing in here really quickly. He's already got the makings of his armor penetration. Pretty soon it will transform, and this is going to be painful. He's already level 16 as well.
I think for Energy, you need to start getting creative. You need to start getting some deep wars, and maybe you can look for a TP flank with Dokla as the rest of Weibo push in on top side. Try to find different angles of attack, because in a front to back, with that Lord Dominic's completed, it's going to be an absolute bloody disaster for Energy.
Yeah, there's just no way you're going to win a front to back against this Aphelios. The dude's 5.5 items. This is not a good situation for Energy to be in, and Weibo has managed to outfight the deficits they were at earlier on in the game to get to this point. We are now less than 2 minutes away from that soul fight at the Drake, and if Weibo are the ones to control the area, if Weibo are the ones
There's like
to
no
dare
wards
Energy to
or
come after
vision
them,
for
I have to
Energy.
think that Energy is going to have a hard time doing it.
Yeah, because Energy, they have to deal with 2 waves of super minions and no wards through their jungle. So it's so difficult for them to make moves on the map here. Weibo just keep returning, clearing out any sort of semblance of vision that they have.
Little bit of damage there onto Weiwei. Uses the crash down to get himself away from it, so Energy don't really have a real shot at making any meaningful pick there. Under 1.5 minutes now until the Drake. Weibo just putting pressure on that last remaining lane that isn't already being suffocated by the super minions.
Yeah, I think it's just try and control top side, wait for Baron. If Energy
I'm
have
gonna
to
give
try and
this,
face
like,
check into the
10
Baron
more
area
minutes,
blind, it's going to
and
be
that's done.
such a disaster. So you can see now Weibo going for the resets. They want to start pushing in waves, getting the vision that they need in this top side, and making
Man.
sure that Energy can't really contest them.
There's so much vision, bro.
45 seconds till the Baron, 50 seconds until the Drake. Having both objectives up at the same time can be a big, big problem if you're
Yep.
the team that's not on soul point, because it allows the enemy team to have so much opportunity to just force you into a losing play.
Now that Energy have double Guardian Angels on their front line in Dokla and Contracts, they can actually play the fight a little bit differently and full sending those 2 right into the center to try and get a good shockwave with. They can, either of them can try and deliver that Orianna ball to Light to burn the flash in first and then try and kill him.
I mean, Contracts trying to do just that. I think you need the LDR completed though here for FBI. I don't think he's going to be able to finish it just before this next fight. And when you look at the amount of armor that is sitting on the Shy right now,
yeah,
there's no real way that you're going to be able to get through the Shy unless you get that item.
And the Shy's itemization is beautiful. He's just stacking pure armor. He knows the only AP threat is the Orianna, and if Orianna's trying to burst down Cassante, there's not enough damage threat onto the rest of Weibo to actually win Energy a fight. The Shy is a monster. When he walks at you, you have no choice but to back away. Light's gonna be found and stunned up by Dokla, but Light just wins these. He pops the Sterix from the enemy top laner. Dokla just hard loses that fight. The Shy not in anywhere near as bad a shape after he goes in and trades with the enemy
Baron.
team. Baron started up by Weibo.
Reset coming through for Dokla. They're going to try and TP him back in. Looks like Energy have said, look, we can't really take this fight. Let's just try and take the dragon so we have something. Baron goes across, and I mean, Weibo, how far do you want to push this?
Well, Weibo are just walking down mid lane, it looks like. Remember, they're the ones who have the empowered recall. It's not Energy's. The Dragon's going to be slain, but Weibo's just running straight down mid. They're summoning up the TP. Palafox and Dokla want to try to stop him. The Shy's reinforcing. The Demolish proc ready to go. First Nexus Druid is already almost down.
Oh
Xiao
my
Hu takes it
God,
out.
dude.
Now they go in after Palafox.
They have to go in.
Won't be able to 100 to 0, but instead it's going to be Nexus Turrets dying. The full engage comes
Oh!
out. The top keeps him alive. Ignor's still standing, but he backs away. Xiao Hu somehow staying alive as Light kills Contract.
Oh, no.
Energy will fall, and Weibo are the ones to knock him down.
No.
All 5 still alive. The LPL takes game 1.
Light, deathless on the Aphelios. Those Emilio warm hugs keeping him warm at night. never goes down is enough for Weibo to finish it. They get the Baron.
I don't know.
They rush for the Nexus.
The Senna performance of
Energy
FBI
can't
was
get back
kind of
to the
there.
Dragon.
Yeah, I think you need to try and get something going for yourself there, but it's not really going to be an option here for Energy.
It was close until it wasn't. Weibo
Senna was the problem.
triumph over Energy yet again, and
He's
we're going
not
to now
doing
toss
that
things
much
over to the
damage,
post-match
except for the
breakdown to
ult.
see how it all
That's
went.
it.
So close yet so far, and Weibo is a team that loves these situations. You can't let up for a single second. I think you said it when we got into this, Emily, but snatching victory from the jaws of defeat of their
own jaws.
Again, a situation where they are put behind. That's several instances in this game, but they're always going to try and take the skill matchup when it comes to the team fights. That's what a frustrating one to watch for NRG.
Yeah, I think it was still an overall
And Light
positive
does
game.
too
I
much
think
damage.
both teams, depending on who won, could walk
It's
away with
scaled.
this saying like, okay, we can hang with these guys because you could see Dokla with so many ganks from contracts was up like 60 CS. Palafox was able to keep his CS up, and the Senatom had its advantages. But I do want to talk about the team compositions in this one, mainly because Energy, I understand the decisions they made, but overall they lacked wave clear and engage. So they had some good individual matchups, but cohesively you could see Weibo had more ability to pull the trigger, and also at the very end there you saw the Aphelios could not be killed.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the big thing that we've talked about, Azil, you brought it up with Crisp and his improved performance and what he's been doing it on. It's been these enchanters, right? So they lock in the Aphelios Rel 1-2. You think, okay, that's going bot. Then they flex the Rel into the jungle for Weiwei and end up picking this Milio pick that's been doing really, really well. So I did like that draft adaptation from Weibo. I thought that was very, very intelligent by them.
Absolutely, and I think that it was really clear. Weibo knew the way that they're going to win this game is 5v5, and it's getting gold on their AD carry. They put so much emphasis on that, and they knew that their biggest point of risk was early game, and that's why I want to highlight how well they actually tracked contracts throughout the early game, so we can go into this. We have a role here where contracts basically in the early game, there's so many wards on him pretty much beginning to finish. And you can see there's a ward placed here, there's a ward placed over here. I'm just gonna begin rolling this. And as we go through, you're gonna see that he's tracked so many times. You know, again, you look over towards the river. There's a ward in the river over there. There's a ward in that bot brush. They're doing such a good job of making sure they know exactly where he is. Again, up on that top side, you see where they're going. And you see, hey, look, they placed a ward there. They placed a ward here. They're making sure that there's no possible way that contracts can really have a big effect on the map. He was constantly moving up towards topside.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the big thing I want to call out is we talked about where Weiwei was going to be, right? 252. He's in that bot lane trying to get Light ahead. Meanwhile, Contract started by responding his gang top at about 3.5 minutes. His top proximity was massive in this game compared to what we were used to seeing from him at Worlds.
Weiwei knew.
And again, so they track him on bot side, they track him up towards top side, they know that he's there, and then as he's coming back towards bot to clear the red, on respawn, they're already waiting for him, right? So this is all off of that initial jungle tracking, and they did this so well throughout the entire first 10 minutes of the game. Anytime they know he's on bot side, someone's invading top side to get deep ward. As soon as he shows top side, they're re-invading on bot side to re-ward. And I think this is so important because Contract was super active on the map, and had they been able to get a couple more kills and really blow open that top lane, maybe they get all of the early dragons, and then the later stages could look very different.
Could look very different indeed. I guess it's the side effect of Contracts having such an amazing series versus G2. He put it very high on the list of Weibo in terms of what to track. Now I want to take a look at the things that decided the game further on. I want to start with the NRG Baron, which spelled good things. I mean, they kept their composure so well in these moments.
Yeah, and I think this is something that they'd want to be able to build on. There's a Rift Herald here that we're watching earlier on. They had pretty good objective control throughout this series, so they could consistently get some pretty good poke in laning phase and then get kills. And now you can see this is where the Baron sequence started. It was actually a mistake by NRG. So Ignar ends up getting caught. You can see NRG was not necessarily looking for a fight here.
It was too over-aggressive, man.
I thought this was going to be a Baron, and that Energy was a little bit mad for trying to contest it 3 versus 5.
And this is something that the LPL just does better than any other region. They're able to get that catch on Ignar because of the traded flash they had earlier on Light. They punish mission cooldowns at every turn. And at that point, after these two died, like you said, Jet, I was like, well, that's Baron. That's probably the game right there, right now. But FBI, Contracts, Dokla really playing on the edge to constantly draw Weibo out without overcommitting and actually giving up their lives meant that the Baron reset. They bought time for them to come back, and then they get out on the map and they say, you know what? They spent both their TPs during these last couple of minutes. Now we can start the Baron, and they're not going to be able to react.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is something we saw from NRG domestically, right? Like, I remember a game versus C9 that no one thought they were going to win, and their Baron setups were surprisingly good, especially when, like, protecting it, which is kind of shocking because then they also had the opposite happen to them.
Yes, we're going to take a look at it right now, and it's just the example that you can't let up for 1 second even in games like this.
Yeah, and this is a sequence where NRG actually manages to kill
problem
the shot.
Yeah.
Except they expend so many cooldowns, and they're just never
With
able
NRG
to
is that
get close to lights of
the
Felios.
vision-
You can see white,
the vision
green
sucked,
guns. Those
dude.
are the perfect guns
The way they
for
place
the
the
Baron.
wards, it
and
sucks.
Weibo is just absolutely relentless
Not that
with their control.
it's
of this
okay, but
Yeah,
it's
and
not
as
that
you
great.
walk through, you will see the main problem, as you pointed out, chat, is that no one
Also
can touch
Weibo.
light, and when you try to get on him, he has that Melio to help buff him up and keep him topped off. So he is able to just free fire from the back line. It does not matter that they're a 4v5.
I mean, that's kind of one of the big weaknesses here with NRG is if you're not dominating the objectives and forcing your opponents to come to you, then you have no ability to actually start out the fights, right? Because not only is there cleanse, there's also Breath of Life as a second cleanse and an AoE heal. There's Cozy Campfire, so he has additional range when he's already outranging you. And then he has heal on Melio. He already had more defensive items. So, you know, it was really going to be a game about could they actually get to light, but they were just never really able to do it. And you can see the damage tells the story here as light just went crazy in this game. They built around him, they played around him, and they were successful in it.
And one thing that Weibo did do really well, I thought, was making sure that they were getting the gold on the Aphelios, right? Like, it wasn't just that early gank from Weiwei, but it was making sure, like, every time NRG were moving around the map, top or mid, they ended up getting plates onto light early. And so he was already massive come mid-game.
We have to go to break. Is there one thing NRG has to change? They're still on blue.
I think they're going to change their first pick or the Renata ban. So either they'll first pick Aphelios or ban Aphelios for Renata.
Okay, let's see what happens. We'll be right back with game 2 between NRG and Weibo.
Flash, stun, follow-up coming in from Contracts. The Shy trying to get back. He goes unstoppable. They wanted to save a little bit of extra damage. They don't quite have it.
Fight with Renekton.
Yeah, I'm coming, guys. I'm coming.
I'm on his hunt after.
No, fighting with... you
Nice.
see them, guys. Okay, you see this.
Yeah.
Nice.
Don't blow over the wall. The Shy in the ground. NRG get 2. Xiaohu somehow staying alive as Light kills Contracts. Energy will fall, and Weibo are the ones to knock them down. All 5 still alive. The LPL takes game 1.
Bro. Ooh.
This will be our biggest adventure!
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena. The realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love. AKA the Cisco Network.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn?
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
How do we keep holding on? Lights flicker from afar.
And he doesn't even know it's capital city.
Welcome back to the League of Legends World Championship in 2023. It's the quarterfinals. It's Energy going up against Weibo. Game number 1 was a back and forth brawl, but it was Weibo who proved to be the superior team yet again and claimed victory in the first matchup. But gentlemen, it's a best of 5. We got a lot of game left to play.
We do. I think I know what the problem was for game number 1. Azil was wearing that headset. Here, take this, clean that up.
Oh, okay, okay.
Get every bit of the curse off the headset, wipe that sucker down, and we'll get into this one. The first game was so competitive here. Let's see what the draft adaptations were. You could tell that Energy towards the later stages really did feel the lack of a primary team fight engager.
Yeah.
And really good job from Weibo there, pulling the trigger on those Barons, then just protecting Light with everything they had.
Again, though, for NRG, you can still take hope from that game, right? You can see where it kind of went a bit wonky in the draft. You still ran the early game. You still were able to beat Weiwei in a lot of these situations and shut down his potential early plays. So for NRG, honestly, I'd be like, lads, we can do this. We've just shown that it's only 1 or 2 things that went awry. Everything is still left to play for.
And everything's looking eerily like deja vu here in draft number 2. It's Energy on blue side yet again. Renata, Rumble, Azir, same 3 bans. Orianna, same first pick. Maokai, Jarvan, Zaya, same 3 bans from Weibo. We're having a very, very, very salty run back here, my friends.
Yeah, I definitely can see why both of these sections of the draft are the same. The Orianna was great for Palafox. He made a lot of early moves for the team. Obviously, Light was really good with the Aphelios, but here are the actual adaptations here. The Vi, that primary guaranteed engage that we're talking about. This champion is so much different than the Viego because the ult guarantees you a late game shockwave. You don't have to like get a lucky flank or flash onto them or something with it.
And even just taking the Cassante as well away as well means that you don't have that big beefy frontliner that's easy then for Light to try and hide behind. Still getting a lot of the same stuff though coming through with this Nico now.
And that was my idea of what Energy were thinking with their Gnar ban last time around on ban number 5. They were thinking, hey, Weibo probably going to save the counter pick for the Shy, so we'll ban Gnar and we'll try and get Cassante after they show first, but Weibo beat them to the punch. So Energy now have bumped up the Cassante pick here before bans. I do expect them to do a little bit of protection ban for him against the Shy.
Yeah, I think they're going to bump out a couple of these AD carries though. When you look at the Senna is going to be gone, you can probably look at something like the Kai'Sa being taken off the board here as well. Just trying to limit that pool. Maybe you want to look at something like a Jinx. We've seen us kind of teeter back into the Jinx Aphelios style, but I don't know if that's really what you want to do here for Energy.
So the 2 picks that the Shy has played against Cassante, as the Gnar ban I'm talking about, Gnar is the first one. The other one has been the Aatrox. I don't think the Aatrox necessitates a ban though. So we'll see if Energy can spread their focus here or if they actually do want to take that one away as well.
I'd rather the Renekton. Yeah. I think Renekton is a much bigger issue. I think it's one of the Shy's most played of the course of the entire summer. He always looks fantastic on that pick, as they have to do such a good job of bullying the Cassante when it comes into lane. So I'd much rather see that one banned away than the Aatrox. On the upside though, the Ziggs ban, a curious one. I mean, this is something that Light has played and definitely something I think is incredibly strong, but it's not something that I would have expected NRG to bring into the series today.
Yeah, Energy have talked about how they have so many picks still in their pockets. Maybe this is one of them from some of the scrims there for FBI. Ziggs can be really annoying for Aphelios, of course, because Aphelios having no inherent dash, definitely an easy target for the bombs.
All right, final ban of the draft is the Viego from Energy's side, and there is the Aatrox you guys are talking about. That's the Shy's answer into the Cassante of Dokla.
So yeah, I was saying, my feeling is that it doesn't require a ban, but now we're gonna see. Did it require a ban when he plays it?
I think in this sort of draft though, you're actually in an okay spot because you don't really have backline access to try and set you up to get onto an Orianna. You've got great peel that can come through from both the Vi and also the Cassante. Now you've added an Alistar as well. I really like what Energy have brought to the table here.
Yeah, this is completely worlds apart from draft number 1. Draft number 1 for Energy, so much kite back, has some early skirmisher front lines, but that's about it. This one is dive, 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 dive. We've got guaranteed shockwave delivery with the Vi. We have dive bomb Kai'Sa in there for FBI to be able to follow up.
Well, it looks like a very different draft, a very different style of play for Energy's side. But over for Weibo, it's 3 of the picks being exactly the same. Make it 4 as the Melio is locked in next to the Aphelios, guaranteeing that the Rel is in the jungle once more. The only thing changing for Weibo in this game is the Aatrox into the Cassante.
I think it is a bit of an interesting one though to see Weibo still prioritizing the Enchanter supports, especially when you look at Crisp hasn't had the best of times trying to play engage supports domestically. You think of there's a meme with his Nautilus hooks. His Nautilus hooks kind of send him in, don't bring anyone else, and then you give over a kill as Weibo. So I definitely think it's been a case of, Crisp is feeling more confident on these styles of picks, and you will have to see if you're going to have enough of that anti-engage setup and enough of that let's get rid of the CC to set up here for Light, because this is way more dive focused and way more targeted focus on him than the last draft.
Yeah, Weibo have so many options, right, with their comp. They can both play to peel and kite back, as well as to set up their own plays, set up their own initiative, especially with Xiaohu and Wei Wei again. I also feel like Weibo are going to have more damage if Energy don't have a good beginning to the game. So I think the early stages of the game might be critically important for Energy to start kind of gaining some items and being able to bolster some of those base damage, because this time around they're running just more of the 2 DPS. And while Cassante, early stages, base damage and stuff can do decently with the Iceborne, in the later stages,
and that's why I think you have to try and see if you can find this early success with NRG in the skirmishes, like we saw in game 1. 2 kills quickly going across the Palafox. Maybe you could try and set up for something like that once more, but not having the Renekton there and then having that Orianna in the mid lane, I think is going to make it kind of difficult to try and play topside. And in theory, Aphelios Melio should have control over the bot end.
Well, let's rock and roll. It's time for game number 2. Remember back in game number 1, we had a very, very close match for a very long time. Because Energy often just a little bit ahead in terms of gold, 1 or 2,000.
but once Weibo finally took control over the game, they never really let that grasp go, and it was them who were able to ultimately take the Nexus. Now, can Energy actually strike back with these changes in the draft, taking away the Cassante, grabbing the buy before it gets banned? Or does Weibo's comp that they put together in game number 1 and now just very slightly
leave
tweaked
light
have
behind
that secret sauce once again?
Yeah. This is going to have to be the game for Energy to prove that they can actually beat a carry plus enchanter bottom lane, with allowing Crisp now 7 times in a row with playing a ranged bot lane support for themselves. If Energy fail here, then it's going to be very rough.
All right, as the minions are about to spawn, a reminder. Remember that you can log into your Riot account on lolesports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes and icons. That's right now. Worlds is live. Go do it. Honestly, you probably already are since you're here watching right now, but you can see Weibo starting their own jungle path here at the enemy Raptors, as Weiwei is going to steal that one away, and Contracts now under pressure from the enemy jungler. He's going to have to be careful. It's level 1 versus level 2. Rel's not normally a duelist,
dude?
but he's dueling Contracts straight to the death.
Oh
Shadowing
my
strike.
goodness, he's dead.
Contracts trying to run it off, has to flash. Weiwei
Oh, man.
absolutely throttles Contracts' early plan.
And that's a disaster for Contracts now, because Weiwei can actually start to path through mid with the push that Xiao Hu has.
Or bot.
You've already got control for the Shy on top side, and they can look to contest that top end of the map as well.
The delayed invade, so good. Getting level 2 off the Raptors. Delayed, and they don't see it in the fog of war. It's so good with the Rel, with so many of these jungle champs nowadays having really powerful AoE options available to them. With Rel, with the
So
Q,
behind.
he runs Contracts off, he gets the flash, he gets his whole red side. Massive stuff for Weibo, because now they can count on Contracts only have his own blue quadrant. They've got pushing lanes here to be able to defend their own red quadrant. They have wards on their own Raptors, on their own red as well, to see if Contracts tries to go over there. So Contracts is going to have a dangerous time fighting his way out of this one and back into it. Considering no flash, he'll be a prime target for collapses. But Weiwei will show bottom and force the dive.
Oh, man.
Are you
it's
serious?
Level 1 for both Energy bottom laners. Weibo's ready to collide here for the 3-man play, but Weiwei misses the Shattering Strike, so that means the play gets called off instead. Energy are going to hit their level 2s. Contracts now has an opportunity to move into the enemy jungle and get a red buff after all.
Yeah, because he shows bottom there, and there's no move from either of the solo lanes, that is going to be some welcome catch-up for Contracts.
I think it's a massive mistake from Weibo, though. Like, you try and look, Weiwei could have gone through mid, look at the push that's already there, and started to contest on that top side with the push the Shy has. Instead, they go for that play on bot side,
That's
but
what I thought
level
was gonna
2 gets hit, yeah. But then you look at, like, well, I'm rel into Alistar. Alistar literally counters me. He's great because he can stop the engage, stop any sort of follow-up. You don't really have the tankiness then to try and follow through, and it's not like FBI and Ignar are kind of a pushover. Now Contracts looking on this top side after picking up some of those comps.
Can Dokla force the Shy's hand here, though? Q3?
Nope, goes for it. Does not collide on the target, but just goes after him anyway. Pathmaker to immediately push the Shy back. Vaultbreaker goes out. The Shy flashing away. Doesn't hit with the Q3. Doesn't hit with the Infernal Chains as a counterattack. So the Shy losing flash there.
All right, so Contracts can now retreat back to his Gromp, into his Wolves. His Raptor's going to get stolen on second respawn here, though, by Weiwei. Obviously, he has perfect timer because they're the ones who stole it themselves, level 1. Yeah. And that's going to be also an area that's very comfortable for Xiao Hu to play off of, hovering back down towards his bottom side.
I think this is good from Weibo, though, to try and punish Contracts. When I've seen NRG performing at their best here at the World Championship, it has been through Contracts, but Weiwei spotted it on this ward. He should be in just a moment.
Yep.
So NRG will know this is coming.
So they do have Dokla and Pal Fox possible teleports to be able to teleport to tower.
All right, here we go again. Weiwei coming in, looking for the Shattering Strike. Again, he doesn't find what he's looking for. Weiwei's got to try to get away now. He walks back into the brush. The Ignite used by Ignar just to guarantee if they kept that play going, Weiwei would have died.
They're not getting the kills, but NRG are under a lot of pressure on the bot side. You're looking at the CS, it's about a 10 CS lead going across to Weibo on that bot end because they're constantly being forced on NRG side to give up CS, back away from the turret every time this wave hits. So it's still nesting these little leads for Weibo despite the fact Weiwei's not connecting.
Yeah. At this tournament, bot lane Prowl has been primary for Weibo. They've stuck to these range supports back
I
over and
actually
over and
don't
over.
wanna
They use
watch
that
this
to get their
one.
turret plates, to get their minion waves built up.
I'm probably
so you can
gonna end
have
the
these
stream.
visits down here. And Light definitely paid them back in the last game.
I actually don't
you
want to
guys
watch
are
this
talking about
match.
the bottom lane CS advantage. It's the smallest one on the Rift. Top lane, it's a lead for the Shy. Mid lane, it's a lead for Xiaohu. Weibo is just outlaning energy across the Rift right now. They've got a 600 gold lead with no kills. Now Ignar is going to get rooted up by the Gravitum.
Oh my
Crash
God.
down from Weiwei. First blood, and it goes over to Crisp.
This is so good from Weibo, just going, hey, look, as long as we
Yep.
control this bottom quadrant, we control the bot
At
side
least
of the
there's a
map.
support
And
who got the
once
kill.
more, it's just Weiwei going, I don't care about my CS, I'm going to go, but Crisp.
Crisp having to flash away now himself. His contract catches him at the very end of his recall, nearly getting a punish there, but not enough.
And that's a big wave built up too. FBI here after the visit from Contract should be fine. But man, the transition here for Weibo looking pretty good as we get Dokla all out and the Shy answers with Aatrox ultimate as well.
But this is what we were talking about, right? When you look at NRG, we kind of were like, look, FBI needs to get up and running early. You want him to be in a position where, like, okay, we can actually look maybe towards these things like early dragons after
Yeah,
we
I'm
find
not
a couple
gonna
of
watch this.
successful ganks
I'm gonna end the
contracts in the
stream.
bot lane, try to set ourselves up for team fights so we can play around. But with how Weibo